Chapter 11:21. Jianshan arrived in front of them and immediately pulled out the Emperor armament from his space ring. He sternly said, "Protect yourselves. I'll go carve out a path." Jianshan dared not to be careless against so many ants. Chaotic force surged through his body, filling every inch of his flesh and blood. He had pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit. I wonder if these ants can absorb my chaotic force or if they're immune to my chaotic force, Jianshan thought. In the blink of an eye, he had already approached the swarm of ants. With a flash of black light, he stabbed out with the Emperor armament with lightning-like speed. Immediately, a huge strand of sword chi shot out. The huge sword chi seemed to transform into a black dragon as it charged into the swarm of ants. With a series of bangs, the sword chi cut through the swarm of ants like a hot knife through butter, colliding with countless ants. In the end, it passed through the swarm of ants and shot into the rocks behind, disappearing with a deafening boom. Immediately, a large swathe of ants fell from the sky. Wherever the sword chi passed by, it actually left behind a path of vacuum. A thick layer of ants covered the ground. Jianshan immediately rejoiced inside when he saw this. His chaotic force was different from regular energy. Although the ants were immune to all energy attacks, they were not immune to chaotic force. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun immediately became overjoyed when they saw Jianshan kill so many ants with a single sword chi. They had already known that Jianshan's energy was different, but they had never thought that it would be so powerful that it could actually harm the ants that were known to be immune to all energy attacks. However, their expressions froze very soon. The ants that had fallen to the ground actually began to flap their wings and take to the air once more. Only a small portion of them had died to Jianshan's sword chi. Jianshan's expression changed slightly as well. His attack before was equivalent to an attack from a 7th heavenly layer expert like the Holy Emperor, yet it had actually failed to kill all the Earth Saint Master ants. He was extremely shocked by this. These ants really are wondrous. Although they're not immune to my chaotic force attacks, the power of my chaotic force is drastically reduced when I use it on them, Jianshan sighed inside. The world really was full of wonders. The path cleared by Jianshan's sword chi was quickly filled with ants. The countless ants seemed to form an impenetrable wall, blocking the path of Jianshan's group. They wanted to trap Jianshan's group inside. At the same time, the ants rapidly approached Jianshan's group from all directions. They formed an encirclement around Jianshan's group, causing Jianshan's group to have less and less space to move around. Jianshan gripped the Emperor armament tightly in his right hand and a destructive, dark light shot out. He shot 3 more strands of sword chi at the ants up ahead, temporarily clearing a path. "Let's go!" Jianshan called out to the people behind him. He charged into the path cleared by the sword chi first. Jianshan could clearly feel the wriggling beneath his feet as he stepped on the densely packed ant. The people of the Blue Sky Adventurers all panicked. They followed closely behind Jianshan. If it were not for the fact that Jianshan had attracted the attention of all the ants, they probably would not have survived until now. Jianshan had already charged into the swarm of ants and was surrounded by them. He constantly stabbed out with the Emperor armament in his hand, forming a dense net of swords that enveloped the space in front of him. He cut the fist-sized ants in half one by one. The soaring ants' immunity to energy attacks was just too great. Even the sharp sword chi was no exception, so the threat of chaotic force was drastically reduced. As a result, Jianshan completely relied on the innate sharpness of the Emperor armament and pure strength to kill the ants. He would kill several ants with each stab. The sound of metal constantly rang out when the Emperor armament came in contact with the metallic bodies of the ant. At that moment, Jianshan had completely unleashed his swift sword style. However, there were just too many soaring ants, so there was no end to them. Even with Jianshan's swift sword style, he was unable to fend off the attacks that came from all directions. Immediately, quite a few fist-sized ants leaped onto Jianshan's back, viciously stabbing their sharp mouthparts into his back. However, an unbelievable scene occurred. When the sharp mouthparts of the soaring ants landed on Jianshan's back, they were unable to pierce through Jianshan's skin at all. The most terrifying ability of the soaring ants was that they could ignore any energy defenses, which was why they could threaten Holy Emperor-level experts. However, Jianshan's chaotic body could endure the attacks of third heavenly layer Holy Emperor without being injured at all. This was not because he used energy to defend himself, but because of pure physical strength. The soaring ants were unable to harm him at all. Suddenly, the soaring ants on Jianshan's back sprayed a white liquid onto Jianshan. Jianshan immediately felt a burning pain on his back. Smoke actually rose up from where the white liquid had landed. This was an extremely corrosive poison. Even with Jianshan's powerful chaotic body, he still felt pain. However, the soaring ants were just too weak. They were only around the level of Earth Saint Masters, so even when they used all their abilities, they were unable to get through Jianshan's chaotic body. If other Holy Emperor experts had fallen into this situation, they would have probably died. They did not possess a body as tough as Jianshan's, so the Holy Emperor's abilities were useless. Energy barriers were useless before the soaring ants, unable to block their attacks at all. Suddenly, the people behind Jianshan all cried out. Including Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun, their bodies were covered in soaring ant. The soaring ants directly passed through their energy barriers and stabbed their sharp mouthparts deep into their bodies, rapidly absorbing their energy. Even their blood and vitality were sucked away by the soaring ant. Jianshan's face changed slightly at the sight of this. Originally, he did not want to rely too much on external assistance, but now that Zhou Chuyun and the others were in danger, he no longer had a choice. He immediately took out a saint artifact and sucked Zhou Chuyun, and the others away along with the soaring ants stuck to them. Without Zhou Chuyun and the others holding him back, Jianshan clearly had an easier time dealing with the soaring ants. He used the Emperor armament to constantly kill the soaring ants in front of him as he quickly made his way out. Suddenly, a group of soaring ants the size of a human head lunged over. They were completely azure, completely different from regular soaring ant. However, they were Heaven Saint Masters. However, the soaring ants still posed no threat to Jianshan. They were mercilessly slain by Jianshan with a single swing of his sword. But very soon, over 20 soaring ants that were half the size of a human flew over. They were still azure, but their color was denser. They were Saint Rulers. Saint Ruler soaring ants were far more powerful than Earth Saint Master soaring ant. When their sharp mouthparts struck Jianshan, Jianshan felt like he had been stabbed by needles. The corrosive liquid they spat out caused Jianshan's body to hiss. His skin became bright red, as if it was on fire. He felt a burning pain. Jianshan's heart sank. If this continued, he had no idea whether a Holy Emperor-level soaring ant would appear or not. If such a powerful soaring ant really did appear, he would be in trouble. Clang! Clang! Jianshan struck out as hard as he could, sending the 2 Saint Ruler soaring ants in front of him flying. He then charged out as fast as he could, finally breaking out of the encirclement. He did not stop at all, continuing to fly off into the distance. Buzzing sounds constantly rang out from behind. The dense swarm of soaring ants pursued Jianshan relentlessly. The Saint Ruler soaring ants were at the very front. Suddenly, a strange cry rang out from behind. The swarm of soaring ants immediately stopped their pursuit of Jianshan. Even the Saint Ruler soaring ants that were half the size of a human stopped as well. Jianshan looked back and his eyes immediately narrowed. He saw a fist-sized soaring ant with 6 wings on its back. It was surrounded by a scarlet and orange light as it hovered high in the air. It seemed like a ruler that had descended upon the world. It's a Holy Emperor soaring ant king. Jianshan's heart sank. He had never thought that there would actually be such a powerful existence among the soaring ants. Although it was nowhere near as powerful as the Violet Serpent Dragon, it was still much more difficult to deal with. Jianchen even began to doubt whether the Holy Emperor Soaring Ant King could injure the Soaring Ant King. I should have left the territory of the Soaring Ants by now. Fortunately, the Soaring Ant King hasn't chased after me, or I'd probably only be able to run for my life. Jianchen secretly rejoiced inside. His chaotic force could barely harm Earth Saint Master Soaring Ants, let alone a Holy Emperor Soaring Ant King. That's a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. I never thought that such a heaven-defying divine beast would exist here. Suddenly, the sword spirit's voices rang out in Jianchen's head. They were filled with shock, which stunned Jianchen. Xing, do you know this Soaring Ant King? Jianchen was shocked. He knew that something that the sword spirits knew by name was definitely not simple. Chapter 11:22. Xing, doesn't that mean the soaring ants will all evolve into seven-colored heaven-devouring beasts? Jianchen asked in surprise. If that really was the case, then the number of seven-colored heaven-devouring beasts would be far too terrifying. Master, that's theoretically possible, but it's impossible for them to evolve into seven-colored heaven-devouring beasts because even in our vast and powerful world, seven-colored heaven-devouring beasts are extremely rare. They might even go extinct, so there won't be many of them, said Xing. It's a pity that this seven-colored heaven-devouring beast has only produced two types of light, so it's not a true seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. Only when it evolves into a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast will it become a true seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. However, the resources required to evolve into a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast are just far too vast. It's already extremely rare for it to evolve into a two-colored heaven-devouring beast in a world where resources are scarce. It's impossible for it to evolve into a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. Qing Si's voice rang out in Jianchen's head with some pity. It's all because this seven-colored heaven-devouring beast was born in the wrong place. If it were in our world, it would probably evolve into a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast in less than 10,000 years, said Xing. Her voice was filled with pity as well. She felt pity for the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. Xing, Qing Sua, if a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast evolves into a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast, just what level of strength will they reach? Jianchen asked out of curiosity. He became very curious about the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast since the sword spirits had actually paid so much attention to it. This was because he knew that the sword spirits possessed very great origins. Regular things would not catch their attention at all. To a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast, the seven types of light are only a type of bloodline. It's a manifestation of their abilities, but it doesn't represent their strength. Only when they've completely evolved into a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast will they become a true divine beast. Some seven-colored heaven-devouring beasts with decent talent can evolve into a seven-colored heaven-devouring beast in 1,000 years at the very least, but they're probably not as powerful as the Holy Emperor of this world. On the other hand, some seven-colored heaven-devouring beasts with only one or two types of light can rely on long periods of time to cultivate and become existences at the very peak. Their only weakness is that their innate abilities are nowhere as powerful as true divine beasts, explained Xing. Explained. Jianchen understood with that. If the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast evolved and became a true divine beast, it would become the same as the white tiger right now. Beasts as T beasts T were that beasts T beasts S. Seven-colored heaven-devouring beasts are evolved from insects. They don't have a fixed population. When they're young, they'll take on different forms according to their race. However, as they constantly evolve and become true divine beasts, their final form will be exactly the same. In our world, the classification of the insectoids is extremely large. There are even many magical beasts in this world that are part of the insectoid. It's very different from the world you came from in the past. The number of species of insectoids in your world isn't even 1,000th of the insectoids in our world, said Ziying. In every race, there will definitely be a few kings. The seven-colored heaven-devouring beast is one of the kings of the insect race, explained Qing Su. Clearly, the soaring ants had their own area of activity. Now that Jianchen had left their territory, the soaring ants retreated like a tide. Jianchen stared at the fist-sized, seven-colored heaven-devouring beast from afar. It was surrounded by two types of light. His eyes flickered. Zi Qing, Qing Suo, if I want to tame this seven-colored heaven-devouring beast, what do you think are my chances of success? Asked Jianchen. Ziying and Qing Suo did not answer immediately. After a moment of silence, they said, "This seven-colored heaven-devouring beast has already lived for a very long time, and I can already sense the pulses of its consciousness. It already possesses its own intelligence. Coupled with its current strength, master, and the pride that comes from its very bones as a divine beast, taming it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens." Jianchen sighed inside. The seven-colored heaven-devouring beast was different from the white tiger. The white tiger had followed him as soon as it was born, and they had gone through so much bloodshed along the way. They had developed a good relationship a long time ago. It was indeed very difficult to make the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast follow him as easily as the white tiger. It might even be impossible. But it's not completely impossible, Qing Suo suddenly said. After a moment of thought, he said, "The resources here are far too scarce, so it's impossible for it to evolve into a seven-colored beast. We might be able to use this, but now is not the time. We need to wait until Master's strength completely suppresses it. Only then will there be a chance of success. The only weakness of the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast is its soul. If we call the heavenly enchantress who's skilled in soul attacks as well, the chances of success will be much greater," said Ziying. Jianchen knew that now was not the time to be thinking about the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast. He left far away, making his way around the territory of the soaring ants and crossing the region. Afterward, he found a safe place to let Zhou Chuyun and the others out of the artifact space. When they reappeared, they had completely recovered from their wounds. Jianchen had already secretly ordered the artifact spirit to heal them, so they were all brimming with energy. However, Zhou Lin and the other Heaven Saint Masters were still shaken. They had not recovered from their fright. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun both thanked Jianchen. They understood that if it were not for Jianchen's assistance, they would have all been reduced to cold corpses. "Senior Yang Yutian, where was that place earlier? Why do I feel like I've entered another world? That world actually has extremely pure radiant saint force. It actually healed our wounds in just a few seconds. It's just wondrous," Zhou Lin asked as she hugged Jianchen's arm. She was filled with curiosity. "It's a treasure." Jianchen gave a simple answer. He did not go into too much detail before continuing to let Zhou Chuyun lead the way in search of the divine water of the world. After experiencing the soaring ants, everyone became even more cautious. They remained highly focused at all times, not daring to be careless at all. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen and the others had spent another 7 days in the depths of the divine realm. During those 7 days, they encountered various dangers. Not only did they face the threat of vicious beasts, but they also faced the power of nature. Not only did the threats of nature in the divine realm include the corrosive rain and the lightning that could directly injure the soul, but there would also be gales from time to time. Once they were sucked into the gales, they would be ripped to pieces no matter how tough they were. However, what puzzled them was that the gales would only harm anything that came from the outside. They would not destroy anything in the divine realm. Although Jianchen failed to find the divine water of the world during those 7 days, he did obtain quite a few thunderstones. Jianchen only kept the ones above 15 stars and tossed the rest to Zhou Chuyun and the others, which made them grin from ear to ear. There were extremely few people in the depths of the divine realm. Very few people dared to set foot in there. Jianshan's group had only discovered less than 10 people in the few days they had spent there. During that time, Jianshan asked Zhou Chuyun and the others about the Spirit Sea, but he did not find any clues at all. The Spirit Sea was where the divine water of the world came from. As long as they could find the Spirit Sea, they would find the source of the divine water. Now, Jianshan's group had approached the only tunnel that led to the outskirts of the divine realm. The number of adventurers in the surroundings gradually increased as well. They ranged from heaven saint masters to saint rulers, and they would even see 1 or 2 holy emperor experts pass by from time to time. However, basically all of these people wandered around in the surrounding 100 kilometers. They all wanted to try their luck. Other than the holy emperor experts, very few people dared to venture any deeper. I've entered the depths of the divine realm many times in search of the divine water of the world, but I've found nothing. I heard that traces of the divine water have appeared in the depths of the divine realm this time. I hope I can find it and completely heal the hidden injuries of my soul, a disheveled old man murmured as he walked by nearby. Jianshan's eyes narrowed when he saw the old man. He was a holy emperor who was not weak. He was at the 5th heavenly layer of the holy emperor realm, an expert who had just reached the 16th star. Jianshan followed behind Zhou Chuyun as they quickly made their way to the tunnel that connected the two regions. They came across more and more people along the way, and he even heard a few people discussing the matter of a supreme expert venturing into the Sleeping Dragon Mountains a few days ago. I found it. I've finally found it. Suddenly, Zhou Chuyun cried out excitedly as he walked at the very front. He arrived before a 100-meter-wide pit nearby with a single stride. The pit seemed to have been created by the shock waves of a battle between experts, but the ground around it was extremely flat. It did not seem like it had been through a great battle at all. There was actually a large tree planted in the very center of the pit. This is one of the marks I left behind back then. I even plucked a tree from the divine realm and planted it here so it's easier to identify. In order to prevent the marks I left behind from being destroyed, I left behind several different marks that pointed to the location of the divine water of the world. The other marks should be nearby, so let's go look for them quickly. Just this mark alone isn't enough to determine the location of the divine water of the world, said Zhou Chuyun before immediately searching for the other marks. Very soon, Zhou Chuyun confirmed the location of the divine water from the other marks. He immediately hurried over with Jianshan. At the same time, the first young master of the Lanshan clan, Lan Mo, and the experts of the 100 Races clan entered the depths of the divine realm through the tunnel. They used a secret technique to determine the location of the Blue Sky adventurers before pursuing them. As soon as the people of the 100 Races clan left, the experts of the Huangdao clan appeared nearby. They had discovered the traces of the 100 Races clan long ago, so they all concealed their presences and followed them from afar. Chapter 11:23. Jianshan followed behind Zhou Chuyun and searched for the markings Zhou Chuyun had left behind along the way. It had to be mentioned that Zhou Chuyun was very smart. He had left behind over 20 markings that pointed to the locations where the divine water of the world had appeared. The markings were all different, so others would not be able to tell anything from them. Only Zhou Chuyun knew what was hidden within them. Jianshan's group changed directions from time to time and followed the markings. They killed a few beasts along the way and finally stopped after almost 100 kilometers. They carefully hid behind a large rock. 5 kilometers in front of them, more than a dozen ferocious beasts were standing motionlessly in a circle, as if they had been petrified. A ferocious beast aura emanated from their bodies, causing many of the weaker ferocious beasts to not dare to approach them. The beasts were monstrous in size. The larger ones were 10 meters tall and 20 to 30 meters long, while the smaller ones were tiger-like, only 2 meters long. Although there was a huge difference in size, they were extremely powerful. They had all reached the 15th star, and one of them had even reached the 16th star. In the center of the dozen or so beasts, there was a walnut-sized green liquid floating 2 meters above the ground. It was confined there by a powerful energy. Fantastic! The divine water of the world really is still here. It hasn't been devoured by the beast. The heavens are really helping us. Zhou Chuyun was overjoyed. The divine water of the world is actually the size of a walnut. That's already quite a lot. The divine water of the world that appears in the sea realm is basically only the size of a thumb. Lu Jun sighed in amazement as his breathing became ragged. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Heavens, there are actually 18 ferocious beasts. I remember the last time we came here, there were only 13 ferocious beasts. Now there are 5 more. Zhou Lin began to count the number of ferocious beasts from afar. Jianchen stared at the 18 beasts that surrounded the divine water. His mind immediately surged because he could see specks of light in the eyes of the beasts, which left him extremely shocked. The beasts had actually developed some faint intelligence. Although they were not very powerful, it was still very difficult for Jianchen to believe. The beasts were far weaker than the violet serpent dragon at the top of the mountains. The violet serpent dragon had yet to develop its own intelligence, yet the beasts had already developed it. This clearly did not make sense. The beasts seemed to be in a stalemate. They all want to devour the divine water, but they don't dare to act recklessly, Jianchen said softly. That's right. They've already maintained this stalemate for quite some time. They were already in a stalemate when we came last time. I never thought that they would still be in a stalemate after so many days, but there have been 5 more, Zhou Chuyun said with a heavy voice. Why do I get the feeling that these ferocious beasts already possess their own intelligence? Could the legends be true? Once the ferocious beasts in God's domain consume the divine water of heaven and earth, they will develop a faint intelligence. Moreover, these dozen ferocious beasts have all consumed the divine water of heaven and earth before? Lu Jun asked suspiciously. Then it's just too much of a waste. Such precious divine water has actually ended up in the mouths of these beasts, a member of the Blue Sky Adventurers said softly. Jianchen was already prepared to take action. He pulled out the Emperor armament from his space ring and said to Zhou Chuyun softly, I'll go take the divine water of the world. Stand back. Esteemed warrior Yang Yutian, you must be careful. After all, you'll be facing 18 powerful beasts that have developed some intelligence this time, Zhou Chuyun said in concern. Roar. Roar. Just when Jianchen was about to take action, 2 great roars suddenly rang out from afar. They were extremely loud, rolling over like thunder, causing the ground of the divine realm to gently tremble. Muffled footsteps could be heard as a 100-meter-tall giant ape with a 40-meter-long axe on its shoulder walked over from afar. Every step it took caused the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. On the shoulder of the giant ape sat a small divine ape that was only 2 meters tall. It was obviously its child. Behind its tall and burly body, there was a giant ape that was 20 meters tall. The 2 giant apes, one in front and one behind, walked in the direction of the divine water of heaven and earth. They did not leave each other's side for even an inch. Jianchen's face immediately changed. The ape at the front was actually at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor, while the 20-meter-tall ape behind it was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Such a powerful lineup was basically invincible in the divine realm. Jianchen's gaze suddenly landed on the huge axe on the ape's shoulder. He was surprised once again. It was actually an emperor armament. An intelligent ape at the great perfection of the Holy Emperor with an emperor armament. Jianchen felt his throat dry up. The ape was clearly not something he could deal with. Although he believed that the ape could not unleash the power of the emperor armament, it was still shocking enough. At this moment, the dozen or so beasts surrounding the divine water were already restless. They could feel the strength of the huge ape, and fear appeared in their eyes. Some of the beasts were even slowly retreating, wanting to give up on the divine water. Roar. The great ape in the front strode towards the 18 beasts. It raised its head to the sky and let out a roar. Then it decisively brandished the great axe in its hand and chopped towards the nearest beast. The ferocious beast let out an angry roar. It opened its mouth and spat out a very powerful energy ball that flew out like lightning. With a loud boom, the ball of energy spat out from the beast's mouth was smashed into smithereens by the giant ape's axe. After that, the axe's momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it continued towards the beast, splitting its entire body into two halves with its head as the center. The 15th star beast was slain by the ape in a single strike before it could even cry out. A cruel blood-red light appeared in the ape's eyes. Although it possessed a certain level of intelligence, it was still an extremely bloodthirsty beast. It did not plan on letting the other beasts go after killing the 15th star beast. It continued to swing its axe at the remaining beasts. The other beasts seemed to sense the ape's killing intent as well. They all roared and immediately lunged at the ape at the same time, unleashing their most powerful attacks. Facing more than a dozen powerful beasts, not only did the giant ape not have the slightest fear, it even let out a roar of excitement. It handed the child on its shoulder to the giant ape behind it, carried the giant axe, and charged into the group of beasts in large strides. It was incomparably brave. Although the ape behind it possessed the strength of the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, it did not attack. Instead, it retreated a short distance and watched from afar. Now that the attention of many beasts had shifted from the divine water of the world to the ape, one of them opened its mouth and attempted to swallow the water. It wanted to take advantage of the chaos to devour the divine water. However, at this moment, a huge axe fell from the sky with lightning speed, chopping off the beast's head. Blood dyed the sky. The battle there was extremely intense. The furious roars and deafening booms of many beasts rang out in the distance, alarming all the experts in the divine realm. Immediately, many experts hurried over from all directions. Of course, there were a few more cowardly experts who fled even further away. The ape fought against the beasts alone with its emperor armament. Not only was it at ease, but it even gained the upper hand. It swung the emperor armament around wildly, becoming more and more valiant as the battle progressed. The ape was unable to unleash the full power of the emperor armament, but even with that being the case, it was still able to unleash terrifying power with the toughness of the emperor armament and its supreme strength. The emperor armament seemed to be an indestructible metal rod to the giant ape. It could withstand its power. Jianchen, Zhou Chuyun, and the others watched from afar. All of them were shocked, stunned by the supreme strength the ape had displayed. That giant ape has clearly come for the divine water of the world. He probably wants to give it to his child. This is going to be troublesome. It looks like we'll have to let this divine water go to waste. Zhou Chuyun's face was filled with regret. Why don't we retreat? Once the ape deals with the magical beasts, it'll probably come for us. We don't even have the ability to flee before the ape, Lu Jun said with deep worry. Senior Yang Yutian, may I ask what you plan on doing? Zhou Chuyun looked at Jianchen, clearly wanting Jianchen to make up his mind. Jianchen stared at the two apes closely. He was extremely stern as he said with a deep voice, I must obtain the divine water of the world. Jianchen had already made up his mind to obtain the divine water of the world. Although he could not deal with such a powerful ape, there was still Ruijin and the other two in the artifact space. Unless he was truly at his wit's end, he did not want to rely on Ruijin and the others too much. Senior Yang Yutian, that ape is just too powerful, and there's an equally powerful ape behind it. Can you deal with the two of them by yourself? Zhou Chuyun asked. Jianchen thought about it before replying, I'll try to lure the two apes away. Once they're far away, immediately collect the divine water of the world as quickly as possible and then leave this place. After discussing with Zhou Chuyun and the others, Jianchen took out the Saint artifact and entered the artifact space. Afterward, the Saint artifact directly burrowed into the ground and approached the battlefield. The battle lasted for a while before all the vicious beasts were slain by the huge ape. Blood dyed the ground. The huge ape rested the Emperor armament on its shoulder and crouched down to stare at the walnut-sized liquid below. It slowly extended its thick hand toward the divine water of the world. The female ape standing behind it also stared at the divine water of heaven and earth with a happy expression. Only the little ape sitting on its shoulder had a dull expression. It hadn't developed intelligence yet. At this moment, a golden light appeared. Jianshan silently appeared behind the female ape and grabbed her child with lightning-like speed. Afterward, he kicked the ape's shoulder with both feet and used the force to propel himself away. He shot off into the distance without even looking back, leaving behind a series of faint blurs. He had used the illusory flash to the limit. At the same time, a golden streak of light shot out from the ground and quickly caught up to Jianshan. It shot into Jianshan's forehead and disappeared. Roar! Roar! Chapter 11:24. Jianshan fled into the distance as quickly as he could. Although the depths of the divine realm were filled with danger, where there were even powerful existences that could threaten 16th star experts, Jianshan was fearless right now. He did not worry about encountering any danger as he flew. Jianshan carried the small ape on his shoulder with a single hand. The ape had only just reached Class 5, so it was unable to threaten Jianshan at all. Even though it struggled as hard as it could, it was unable to break free from Jianshan's demonic claws. Behind Jianshan, the two huge apes ran with large strides. They roared out furiously as their eyes were bloodshot. Their gazes towards Jianshan were filled with anger. Every single step they took would produce a heavy thud, causing the ground to shake violently. Even though they had reached the 9th heavenly layer and great perfection of the Holy Emperor, they did not seem to have grasped the mysteries of the world and were unable to use spatial force. As a result, even though they were far more powerful than Jianshan, they were unable to surpass Jianshan in terms of speed. They were unable to catch up at all. Jianshan maintained a certain distance from the two apes the entire time. He planned on drawing them far away. Suddenly, a loud beast roar rang out. A 20-meter-long, winged scorpion-like beast charged at Jianshan. Its eyes were dark and filled with a bloodthirsty light. Clearly, it was a beast without any intelligence. The beast was at the 15th star. Although it had a pair of wings, it could not fly. However, it moved very quickly, surpassing the two stronger apes behind it. It was even slightly faster than Jianshan. With a flash, the poisonous hook on the scorpion's tail flickered with a dark blue light. It stabbed at Jianshan with lightning-like speed. Jianshan dodged the attack with great agility before grabbing it with a single hand. He swung it as hard as he could, immediately throwing the huge scorpion far away. It flew straight towards the two apes. The huge scorpion smashed into the ground, creating a crater. It immediately climbed back up and stared at Jianshan with bloodthirsty eyes. It flapped its wings and continued to chase after Jianshan. However, at this moment a huge axe fell from the sky. With a violent boom, it viciously struck the scorpion's back, piercing its abdomen. The scorpion was nailed to the axe before it was lifted up by the huge ape. It carried the axe on its shoulder and continued to chase after Jianshan. It did not even look at the scorpion that was rocking back and forth with the axe impaled on its shoulder. Jianshan was secretly shocked when he saw this. The huge ape was just too barbaric and too powerful. It had dealt with a 15th star feral beast so easily. Although he did not know the abilities of the Holy Emperor, Jianshan believed that even the Holy Emperor at great perfection would not be able to gain an advantage against it. Jianshan and the two apes chased after each other, covering a distance of over 1,000 kilometers very soon. They would come across a few adventurers along the way, and they would become stunned when they saw this. There were also a few feral beasts that had yet to develop intelligence and wanted to eat Jianshan. However, before Jianshan could do anything, they were torn to pieces by the two furious apes behind him. Zhou Chuyun and the others did not appear immediately after Jian Chen lured the two apes away. Instead, they carefully observed the situation from afar. Only after everything calmed down and they confirmed that the two apes would not be returning any time soon did Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun cautiously make their way over the corpses of the beasts slain by the ape. They arrived before the walnut-sized drop of divine water of the world. Their faces were filled with excitement. The two terrifying beasts should be returning very soon. Zhou Chuyun, take the divine water of the world quickly. I'll go check the corpses of the feral beasts and see if I can find thunderstones, said Lu Jun with a deep voice. Lu Jun said in a deep voice. Although the giant ape was already far away, they still didn't dare to waste too much time here. Zhou Chuyun nodded and immediately pulled out a jade bottle from his space ring. Lu Jun went to check the corpses of the feral beasts. Fucking bastard, there's a powerful layer of energy protecting the divine water of the world. It must have been left behind by the ferocious beast. With this layer of energy protecting it, I can't take it away. Suddenly, Zhou Chuyun cursed. His face was filled with anxiety and worry. What? How can this be? Lu Jun's face suddenly changed as he checked the corpses. He arrived before the divine water in a flash and studied it carefully. He furrowed his brows and said with a deep voice, "This layer of energy is very powerful. It was left behind by a 15th star feral beast. It should be there to prevent the divine water of the world from drifting away. We can't remove it in a short amount of time, so what do? We don't have a lot of time. We need to think of something quickly." Zhou Chuyun was utterly troubled. At this moment, a figure flew in Zhou Chuyun's direction while sticking close to the ground. He moved extremely quickly and concealed all of his presence, so not a single strand of presence leaked out. He was extremely cautious. The figure first observed the situation from afar. Although the ground was littered with the corpses of powerful feral beasts, which shocked him, he could tell with a single glance that the feral beasts had killed each other and had not been slain by someone else. At the same time, Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun were only saint rulers, so he obviously did not take them seriously. Without any fear, he swaggered over from afar and laughed aloud. "There's actually divine water of the world here. Haha, this is fantastic. I've wandered through the depths of the divine realm for 3 whole years, but I still haven't found any. I heard the roars of feral beasts earlier, so I came to check it out of curiosity. I never thought that I would actually come across divine water of the world. The heavens really are on my side." The person who had arrived was a skinny, middle-aged man. He had a common face and dark blue skin. He was a member of the sea race. He seemed indifferent, but he was filled with caution inside. He constantly glanced around, just in case there were other experts hiding in the shadows who would suddenly attack him. At the same time, a tremendous presence radiated from his body, forming a deterrent to the people who might be hiding in the shadows. With his rich experience, he could tell with a single glance that the corpses of the feral beasts had killed each other. The wounds were not something that adventurers could cause. "Oh no, it's a 15th star expert," Zhou Chuyun said with a heavy voice. Zhou Chuyun growled. His and Lu Jun's faces became extremely ugly. Jianchen was no longer here, so the two of them could not stop a 15th star expert with their strength. The middle-aged man strode towards the two of them. A tremendous pressure crushed down on the two of them like a mountain. He sneered, "Lucky adventurers, I never thought that you would arrive here before this king. However, it's extremely unfortunate that this king also needs the divine water of the world. If you don't want to die, leave behind the divine water and piss off immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not giving you a chance." Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun's faces became rather pale. They were now stuck between a rock and a hard place. "Esteemed warrior, this portion of divine water of the world already has an owner. Its owner is a 16th star expert, and that's why it's called the 16th star. He's a 16th star expert who can stand toe-to-toe with Hall elders. Are you sure you want to steal from this expert? Zhou Chuyun clasped his hands. Right now, he could only mention Jianchen in hopes of intimidating the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body stiffened by an undetectable amount when he heard that, but he recovered in a single moment. He glared at Zhou Chuyun and teased, "A 16th-star expert who can stand toe-to-toe with Hall elders? Ha ha ha, do you think I'm that easy to trick? Stop spouting nonsense in front of me, or I'll end your lives right now." Esteemed warrior, what I've said is completely true. These beasts were slain by 2 huge apes. The expert led the 2 apes away, and before he left, he ordered the 2 of us to take care of the divine water of the world for him. If you want to take the divine water of the world, you must be prepared to deal with that expert, said Zhou Chuyun. The middle-aged man's face changed slightly when he heard that. He asked, "What special characteristics did the 2 apes have? Tell me about them." Zhou Chuyun immediately told him everything he had seen. The middle-aged man's face immediately became unsettled when he heard that. He constantly glanced past the wounds of the feral beast. That expert led us through the mountains of the sleeping dragon. He killed an extremely powerful violet serpent dragon at the peak of the mountain range, Lu Jun said. He reported Jianchen's achievements in an attempt to scare the middle-aged man away. The middle-aged man's face changed once again. He had indeed heard the constant roars of feral beasts from the mountains of the sleeping dragon not long ago. There really was a terrifying expert traversing the mountain range. Now that he connected Zhou Chuyun's words with the scene before him, he was basically certain that Zhou Chuyun was telling the truth. The light in the middle-aged man's eyes flickered. After a moment of hesitation, a sliver of heavy killing intent flashed through his eyes. He said sinisterly, "So what if you're telling the truth? That peak expert is no longer here. I'll kill you and take the divine water of the world. No matter how powerful that peak expert is, he won't know that it was me." The middle-aged man sped up as he became filled with killing intent. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun's faces changed drastically. Just when they were about to flee, there was a sudden flash in the distance. Over a dozen figures shot over with great speed. All of them concealed their presences and moved silently. They did not want to alarm the feral beasts in the distance. These people clearly did not belong to the same camp. They stood in several different locations and were wary of one another. They were filled with caution, and there were actually 3 holy emperor experts among them. The middle-aged man gave up on killing Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun. He stared at the people who had appeared later with a sunken face. Their arrival had ruined his plans. Divine water of the world. It's actually divine water of the world. There's actually divine water of the world here. Fantastic, I've finally found it. Some people could not help but cry out when they saw the divine water of the world. All of their faces were filled with joy. A gentle breeze blew, and 4 more people appeared in the field. They were 4 old men. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun shivered inside. They were familiar with the 4 old men. They were the 4 people who had almost clashed with Jianchen in the cave in the outskirts of the divine realm. It's actually divine water of the world. What an unexpected harvest, one of the 4 old men said with a hoarse voice. Chapter 11:25. The battle between the huge ape and the feral beasts earlier was just far too intense. It could be described as earth-shattering and devastating. It had basically spread throughout the entire divine realm, attracting the attention of many experts. More and more people had arrived. Just the 15th star experts numbered several, which made Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun feel uneasy. They were only at the 13th star, not even at the 5th heavenly layer of saint rulers. They probably did not even have the right to speak before the 15th star experts. The 2 of you leave the divine water of the world immediately. Such a treasure is not something you can possess, or you'll have to bear the consequences, someone said to Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun. Someone said to Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun. It was an old man with a hunched back. He was extremely old and his voice was hoarse. giving off a powerless feeling. However, he was one of the most powerful people present. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun looked at each other with troubled expressions. The two of them were stuck between a rock and a hard place. The four old men who had met Jianchen in the cave all stared at Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun. The light in their eyes flickered, but they said nothing. They would glance around from time to time, filled with caution and fear. Esteemed warriors, to be honest, the divine water of the world already has an owner. Zhou Chuyun had no other choice. He could only bring up Jianchen again in hopes of deterring the expert. He had no other choice other than that. You two brats, stop spouting nonsense in front of this old man. These ferocious beasts clearly killed each other in order to compete for the divine water of heaven and earth. You two are just lucky to have arrived at this time. How could there be a peerless expert who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the elders of the divine palace? You two brats are just making things up. Don't you all agree? The old man sneered. That's right. There's no supreme expert here. The wounds of these feral beasts clearly show that they've killed each other. They weren't killed by a supreme expert. In my opinion, those two puny 13th star experts are just making up a lie to scare us so that they can monopolize the divine water of the world. Their goal is to get us to leave so that they can benefit. The middle-aged man who had arrived first also changed his words. He did not dare to offend the supreme expert Zhou Chuyun had mentioned with a single sentence. Instead, he cleverly treated Zhou Chuyun's words as a lie. Seniors, you've seen that expert before, haven't you? He's the one who led us to the Crouching Dragon mountain range. He killed one of the strongest experts at the peak of the Crouching Dragon mountain range and directly crossed the mountain range to come here. Zhou Chuyun said to the four old men. He wanted to use the four of them to prove that the name of the supreme expert was not made up by them on a whim. The four old men said nothing. They only stood there silently as they stared at the divine water of the world. The light in their eyes flickered as they hesitated. The fact that the four of them neither denied nor admitted was basically equivalent to tacitly admitting that Zhou Chuyun was telling the truth. As time went on, more and more experts gathered. Very soon 100 people had gathered. However, most of them were saint rulers. The Holy Emperor only made up a very small portion of them. Ha ha ha, Zhou Chuyun, I never thought that you would actually be here as well. You must have discovered this divine water of the world last time. Back then, you didn't agree to ally with me, but in the end, didn't I still find you? A loud laugh rang out from the crowd. Young Master Lan Mo of the Lanshan clan had arrived as well. Beside him was a group of experts from the 100-footed clan. With the experts from the 100-footed clan by his side, young Master Lan Mo became much more confident. Although there were many 15th star experts present, he still had the right to speak. Young Master Lan Mo, it's actually you. I never thought you'd come so quickly. Zhou Chuyun's face changed. He glanced past the people beside young Master Lan Mo and discovered that they were all at the 14th star. There were even two people whose strength he could not see through, which immediately made Zhou Chuyun's heart sink. The divine water of the world. It really is the divine water of the world. Lan Mo, you've done a great service this time. Once we return, our 100-footed clan will definitely not mistreat you. An old man from the 100-footed clan was extremely excited, as if the divine water of the world was already in his possession. The 100-footed clan? Is it the 100-footed clan from Diork City? Zhou Chuyun cried out softly. He understood the 100-footed clan's strength extremely well. The Lanshan clan possessed a 15th star ancestor, so they could only split the divine city with 3 other clans. Diork City was a large city that was even more powerful and prosperous than Divine City, while the 100-footed clan stood above everyone else. They were the greatest clan in Diork City, so their strength was obvious. The old man from the 100-footed clan said to Zhou Chuyun, "Seeing how you've done a great service in finding the divine water of the world, our 100-footed clan won't make things difficult for you. We'll even give you a certain reward. Bring the divine water of the world to us immediately. The old man from the 100-footed clan was extremely arrogant. He completely ignored the feelings of all the holy emperor experts present. As expected, the expressions of many of the holy emperor experts changed slightly when they heard the old man's words. A cold light flashed through their eyes. Only the 4 old men who had seen Jianchen before stood there emotionlessly. They said nothing, acting like bystanders. Isn't your 100-footed clan going too far? You're actually looking down on all the 15th star experts here, a 14th star expert said coldly. He obviously had someone supporting him since he dared to talk back to a 15th star expert like that. The old man from the 100-footed clan sneered when he heard that. He pulled out a fist-sized quaking thunder from his space ring, and immediately, an extremely violent and tremendous ripple of energy filled the surroundings, causing everyone's expressions to change. A 16th star quaking thunder. A holy emperor expert cried out as he became fearful. Correct, it's a 16th star quaking thunder, and I have more than one on me. If you want to test its power, feel free to come. The old man from the 100-footed clan sneered. The old man from the 100-footed clan sneered. A 16th star quaking thunderbolt was enough to shock everyone in the divine realm because 16th star experts were very rare in the divine realm. The divine water of the world already has an owner. He's a 16th star expert, Zhou Chuyun said reluctantly. You must be talking about the young man we met in the tavern. He's only a 15th star expert at most. Zhou Chuyun, don't try to scare me. Lan Emo sneered as his eyes were filled with killing intent. The old man with the quaking thunder looked at Zhou Chuyun and coldly said, You too, bring the divine water of the world over immediately. The 15th star expert you speak of is nothing before a 16th star quaking thunder. A single thunderstone is enough to heavily injure him. Many 15th star Holy Emperor experts stopped talking. A 16th star quaking thunder was enough to make all of them fearful. None of them wanted to be the first to taste its power. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun dilly-dallied for quite some time without moving. The old man from the 100-footed clan became displeased. He snorted coldly, You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Danier, go bring the divine water of the world over. Yes, Grand Elder. A 14th star expert from the 100-footed clan responded and immediately made his way to the divine water of the world. He arrived before it very soon and extended a finger. Immediately, a strand of energy shot out from the tip of his finger, whittling away the layer of energy left behind by the vicious beast. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun could only watch on helplessly. They were unable to do anything to stop this. All the people from the 100-footed clan stared at the divine water. Their hearts were raised to their throat. The divine water of the world was just too important to their clan. The middle-aged man was a 9th heavenly layer saint ruler. He was much more powerful than Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun, so he wore away the energy around the water very quickly. Afterward, he took out a jade bottle from his space ring and was just about to put it in. At this moment, over a dozen people flew over from outside. The leader of the group sent a powerful sword chi toward the Grand Elder with a wave of his hand. It's the people of the Huangdao clan. The Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan cried out. He immediately moved the quaking thunder to his left hand, and a silver-white spear appeared in his right. It shot out as a silver streak of light, dispersing the huge sword chi. The Huangdao clan had as many experts as the 100-footed clan. They each had sent 2 15th star Holy Emperor experts. The two clans began fighting very soon. 2 of the saint rulers from the Huangdao clan quickly charged toward the middle-aged man. One of them kept him busy while the other quickly took out a jade bottle in an attempt to collect the divine water. The surrounding space suddenly froze at that moment, freezing the space within 10 meters of the divine water. The 3 saint rulers from the Huangdao clan and 100-footed clan were all trapped there. Even with their strength as 9th heavenly layer saint rulers, they were unable to break free. The skinny old man suddenly rushed to the front of the divine water of heaven and earth and put it into the jade bottle with lightning speed. As the two clans fought, the holy emperor experts who had been watching in the surroundings finally found an opportunity to take action. "How dare you steal something from our 100-footed clan? You're courting death." The Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan became furious. At that moment, the holy emperor experts from the Huangdao clan all stopped fighting and charged toward the skinny old man. The quaking thunder in the hands of the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan flickered. It was a sign that he was about to use it. The skinny old man's heart immediately skipped a beat when he saw the quaking thunder. He immediately tossed the jade bottle to the holy emperor of the Huangdao clan and said with a hoarse voice, "Old man doesn't want the divine water of the world. You can have it." Chapter 11:26. Boom. As soon as the quaking thunder came in contact with the holy emperor of the Huangdao clan, it immediately exploded with a great boom. The sound was like a thunderclap, deafening everyone. Immediately, a terrifying energy leaked out, striking the holy emperor of the Huangdao clan like a heavy hammer. The 16th star quaking thunders could unleash the full strength of a 16th star expert. Once the energy was compressed by the quaking thunders and exploded, the power of the attack would vaguely surpass the strength of the person who injected the energy. Only experts of the same level of cultivation would be able to contend against them. The holy emperor of the Huangdao clan vomited a mouthful of blood. His face immediately paled as he was pushed back by the violent energy. He fell to the ground several kilometers away in horrible shape. "I will cut down a pillar of the Huangdao clan today." "Gus, you shouldn't have come here today," the Grand Elder of the Huangdao clan said sternly. Killing intent flashed through his eyes as he charged over with his spear. He wanted to kill the 15th star expert of the Huangdao clan. "Gus, you can't hold back anymore," another old man of the Huangdao clan called out as he fought the holy emperor of the 100-race clan. A sliver of determination appeared in the eyes of Gus, who had been injured by the quaking thunders. As the Grand Elder of the Centaur clan charged over, he immediately took out a fist-sized quaking thunders from his space ring and activated them. Immediately, the quaking thunders began to glow with hazy radiance. The terrifying energy pulsed with extremely unstable fluctuations. "What? You actually have a 16th star quaking thunder as well?" The expression of the Grand Elder of the 100-foot clan changed. His charge came to a halt as he immediately retreated. At the same time, Gus tossed out the quaking thunder. It shot toward the Grand Elder as a streak of light with lightning-like speed. The Grand Elder of the 100-foot clan tried his best to dodge, but a sliver of Gus' consciousness within the quaking thunder had locked onto his presence. It pursued him closely, so he could not shake it off at all. Furthermore, there was a powerful layer of unstable energy fluctuating around the quaking thunder. Even if he wanted to freeze space, he couldn't stop it. This unstable energy fluctuation was enough to break through his frozen space. In the end, the Grand Elder of the 100 Tribes clan gritted his teeth. The spear in his hand erupted with a powerful blue light as he stabbed at quaking thunder with all his might. Boom! Another deafening boom rang out. Although the quaking thunder did not directly strike the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan, it was extremely painful for him to receive a full-powered strike from a 16th star expert. He was heavily injured, and blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. Monarch Sword Chi. With a furious roar, the Saint King of the Huangdao clan stood up. His huge sword shone with a dazzling light, illuminating the surroundings. It was as dazzling as the sun and moon. At the same time, a pressure descended from the sky, crushing the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan like a mountain. The Tian-level Saint technique of the Huangdao clan. The Grand Elder's face changed, and he became stern. The Tian-level Saint techniques of the Sea Realm were Saint-tier battle skills of the Tian-Yuan continent. Now that a holy emperor had used it, its power was enough to destroy the world. Gus pointed with his sword, and a golden sword chi immediately shot towards the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan. It gave off a terrifying presence as it shot towards the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan with pulses of energy that seemed to be able to destroy the world. The sword chi shone resplendently, dyeing the entire world golden. It was unstoppable and filled with a supreme presence. The Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan roared at the sky. His hair fluttered without any wind, and he immediately turned into a sea beast that resembled a centipede with several hundred legs. He was covered in pitch-black scales and had 9 sharp spikes on his back. Suddenly, one of the spikes snapped off and shot toward the golden sword chi. This was his greatest trump card. It was almost as if he was sacrificing his own body in exchange for a powerful attack. Every spike was tempered by his essence blood, and its power was extremely great. It was even more powerful than his own strength, and could seriously injure experts one level higher than him. Although the Grand Elder was a holy emperor, he had not grasped a Tian level saint technique, so he could only use this method to take on the attack. Tian level saint techniques were not something that could be comprehended with strength. It was related to a person's comprehension ability and compatibility with the battle skill. A few talented people could grasp a Tian level saint technique as a saint ruler, but there were also some people who could remain as holy emperor for their entire lives without being able to comprehend a Tian level saint technique. However, creating a Tian level battle saint law was even more difficult. Since ancient times, countless saint kings had appeared, but very few of them had managed to create a Tian level battle saint law. They could be said to be 1 in 10,000. The Emperor's Sword Chi was a heaven-level battle saint technique after all. It was not something the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan could compare to. The Golden Sword Chi collided with the spike. After a stalemate, the spike was reduced to dust while the Golden Sword Chi continued towards the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan. The Grand Elder bellowed out and immediately shot out 2 more spikes to receive the Golden Sword Chi. In the end, the Golden Sword Chi finally vanished after using up 3 spikes. I'd like to see how many times you can block it. Emperor's Sword Chi. Gus sneered. He used the Tian level saint technique a second time, shooting out another Golden Sword Chi. Using a Tian level saint technique is extremely taxing. I'd like to see how many times you can use it, the Grand Elder coldly said. The Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan did not back down either. He shot out another 2 spikes without any hesitation at all, colliding with the Golden Sword Chi. After nullifying most of the Sword Chi's power, he used his full strength to disperse the weakened Sword Chi. He had used up 5 of the spikes on his back now. Only 4 remained. The Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan and Gus had both become infuriated. They fought as hard as they could in a battle of life and death. Their battle was the most intense out of everyone present. The other 2 Holy Emperor experts of the 100-footed clan and the Huangdao clan had always been fighting. The saint rulers of the other 2 clans were also fighting intensely. The Huangdao clan and the 100-footed clan had always had irreconcilable grievances. Both of their ancestors were heavily injured and had entered seclusion. Now that they saw each other, they would naturally become extremely jealous. It was a battle of life and death. Gus had already used the Tian level saint technique 4 times in a row. His wounds had become even more severe, rapidly worsening. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood as he became haggard. The Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan had used up all 9 spikes on his back. He returned to his human form and was pale-faced. He sneered, "You've finally run out of energy to use a Tian level saint technique. Now is the time for you to die." With that, he pulled out 3 quaking thunders from his space ring and threw them at Gus. These were 15th star quaking thunders. Although they were not as powerful as 16th star quaking thunders, they could unleash the full strength of a 15th star expert. The heavily injured Grand Elder could no longer use his full strength, so he could only use quaking thunders as a replacement. Gus! The other holy emperor of the Huangdao clan cried out. He wanted to save Gus, but he was firmly entangled by his opponent. He could not leave at all. The quaking thunders exploded with a great boom, reducing Gus' body to a bloody mess. One of his arms had been severed, and the bottle with the divine water of the world shattered as well. All of the water poured out, but it did not fall on the ground. Instead, it hovered in the air and was reduced to countless droplets by the violent shockwaves of energy. The Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan used this opportunity to launch another attack. The spear in his hand stabbed out as a silver streak of light, piercing Gus' forehead and wiping out his soul on the spot. The other holy emperor of the Huangdao clan roared out in grief and fury, but he was powerless to care about anything else. All he could do was watch Gus die. After killing Gus, the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan immediately began to collect the water that had been scattered by the violent shockwaves of energy. He put it all back into the bottle. Chapter 11:27. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. A middle-aged man silently appeared before the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan. He severed the Grand Elder's arm with a single stroke of his sword and took away the bottle with the divine water of the world. Afterward, he quickly fled. At this crucial moment, some of the Saint Kings who had not taken part in the battle could no longer hold themselves back and took action. With his arms severed, the Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan shrieked out miserably. He furiously yelled, "How dare you steal from our 100-footed clan? You must be tired of living. I will wipe out your entire clan." As he said that, the Grand Elder pulled out 2 quaking thunders from his space ring with his remaining arm and tossed them at the middle-aged man who had taken away the divine water. These were also 15th star quaking thunders. Although the 100-footed clan had brought quite a few quaking thunders with them, there was only a single 16th star one. The rest were all 15th star quaking thunders. The Holy Emperor expert who had taken away the divine water was at the 4th heavenly layer. He stood at the peak of the 15th star, only a single step away from the 16th star. Unless the quaking thunders caught him off guard, it would be very difficult for them to harm him. After destroying the 2 quaking thunders, he continued to flee without even looking back. Old man's soul is injured. He just happens to need the divine water of the world to heal. Sir, it's best if you leave the divine water to the old man. At this moment, an old man with disheveled hair silently appeared. He just happened to be standing in front of the middle-aged man who had taken away the divine water. He gently swung his shriveled hand with a layer of gentle, energy. The palm did not seem to possess any power, but any holy emperor expert could sense an extremely tough and tyrannical power from it. The middle-aged man's face turned cold. He directly threw a punch with tremendous energy, colliding with the old man's palm. However, when his tyrannical punch landed on the old man's palm, it felt as if he had punched a soft ball of cotton. His powerful energy was nowhere to be used, and it was mostly unloaded by the soft layer of energy on the old man's palm. Following that, a fierce and tyrannical energy surged out from the old man's palm, forcing the middle-aged man to retreat continuously. The bones in his arm were almost shattered. Heaven-extinguishing divine palm, you are the tyrant of the Western Sea, Nicholas Gulas. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. Although he was at the same level as the other party, he was very wary in his heart. The overlord of the Western Sea, Nicholas Gulas, was a famous expert. It wasn't just because of the unique technique he cultivated. He had reached the realm of extreme Yin to produce Yang, the realm of softness and toughness, which allowed him to unleash extremely powerful battle prowess. Moreover, his original form was an extremely powerful ancient sea beast. He had extraordinary talents and unparalleled battle prowess. There had even been a rumor in the past that the overlord of the Western Sea had killed a holy emperor at the 3rd heavenly layer when the holy emperor was at the holy emperor's 5th heavenly layer. It had caused an uproar in the sea realm. His battle prowess was basically unparalleled in the sea realm. Since you know the name of the old man, why don't you leave the divine water of the world behind? Nicholas said with a hoarse voice. The overlord of Western Chu, Nicholas, is renowned in the Western Sea. I'm obviously not your opponent, but your soul is injured right now, so your strength is greatly affected. Why should I fear you? The middle-aged man growled. The old man's soul may be injured, but his strength hasn't decreased at all. Since you refuse to offer up the divine water of the world, I'll let the old man take it himself. Nicholas sniggered coldly before rapidly charging forward to engage in a battle with the middle-aged man. On the other side, the experts of the 100-footed clan and the Huangdao clan were still fighting. Their battle was no longer over the divine water of the world. It had slowly become a feud between the two clans. Now that the divine water of the world had changed owners, the spectating experts of the Holy Emperor naturally did not pay any attention to them. They all looked at Nicholas and the middle-aged man as the light in their eyes flickered. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun had already retreated several kilometers away. Blood oozed from the corner of their mouths, having been injured by the shock waves of the battle. The current situation was beyond their control. Although the overlord of the Western Sea's soul was injured, he was still extremely powerful. After exchanging over 100 blows with the middle-aged man, who was also at the fourth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, he heavily injured the middle-aged man. He was covered in blood, and a transparent hole had even appeared in his chest, having been pierced by a single palm strike from Nicholas. Killing intent filled Nicholas' eyes. He appeared before the middle-aged man in a single moment, and a layer of dense, gentle energy revolved around his shriveled hand. He swung it towards the middle-aged man's head mercilessly. Nicholas, since you want the divine water of the world, I'll give it to you. The middle-aged man finally gave in. He tossed the divine water in his hand into the crowd. Nicholas immediately gave up on killing the middle-aged man when he saw this. He pursued the divine water with lightning speed, crossing 100 meters in a single instance and grabbing it. The three Saint Kings struck out together. Vast amounts of energy revolved around them as they attacked Nicholas at the same time. They began to engage in an intense battle with him. Nicholas' battle prowess was extremely great. His heaven-extinguishing palm was extremely powerful, and he was able to match the three Holy Emperor experts all by himself. He even gained the upper hand slightly. There were a few other Holy Emperor experts watching from afar. They became rather tempted when they saw this. Nicholas glanced around and sneered. You want to fight the old man with just you? You're looking to die. Suddenly, Nicholas' eyes became demonic. 2 streaks of red light suddenly shot out, enveloping 2 of them, causing them to become momentarily dazed. It's said that Nicholas' original form is a demonic dragon. This is his innate ability. It specializes in attacking the souls of people. It's impossible to defend against, a Holy Emperor expert said softly from afar. With a flash, Nicholas suddenly appeared beside the 2 dazed Holy Emperor experts. His shriveled hand struck their heads with lightning speed, shattering their skulls and wiping out their souls. The remaining Holy Emperor expert immediately became frightened out of his wits. He no longer had the heart to care about him, so he turned around and fled. Nicholas did not chase after him. He glanced at the spectating Holy Emperor experts with some threat before opening the bottle. He wanted to drink the divine water of the world immediately. Many of the Holy Emperor experts did not take action. They had all been stunned by Nicholas' strength. However, there were still some people who did not fear Nicholas. At this moment, the 4 old men who had been walking together stepped forward at the same time. A pitch-black sword appeared in their hands. These were swords forged from extremely tough meteoric metal. There were strange inscriptions on them. Afterwards, they slashed out at the same time, shooting out 4 strands of sword chi at Nicholas. The sword chi was like a rainbow as it surged with a presence. It was filled with a sharp presence, which was very different from regular sword chi. Nicholas' eyes turned cold. He struck out with 4 palms to shatter the sword chi. He sneered, "You want to fight the old man with the 4 of you? You overestimate yourselves." Nicholas' eyes were filled with disdain. The 4 old men were all at the 3rd heavenly layer. Although the sword chi they had shot out was very powerful, it was still nothing in his eyes. The 4 elders did not speak. The 4 of them formed a formation and pressed forward at the same time, fighting Nicholas. The 4 of them supported each other, attacking and defending, advancing and retreating at the same time. There was not the slightest bit of chaos, and it was very rhythmic. Although they were not as strong as Nicholas, they were evenly matched with him. They were even faintly suppressing him. "I never thought you'd know how to use a combination formation. The old man has underestimated you," Nicholas said coldly. His eyes turned demonic again, shooting out 2 red beams of light. "Infinite sword formation," the 4 old men called out. 4 metal swords intertwined with one another in the shape of a mouth, and their power actually fused together. Afterward, a shocking sword chi shot out from the middle, actually shattering the red light from Nicholas' eyes. It continued on towards Nicholas without slowing down at all. Nicholas dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. He stared at the 4 old men in disbelief and cried out, "How is this possible? Your sword chi can actually block my innate ability." Nicholas' innate ability was a soul attack. It targeted the souls of his opponents, catching them off guard. Over all these years, he had experienced many battles of life and death. In the end, he had always used his innate ability to turn the situation around. He had never failed. At the same time, he had used his innate ability to challenge those stronger than him many times. He had killed many experts who were stronger than him. No one could remain unscathed from his innate ability. The 4 old men were all cold. They said nothing. They looked at one another and immediately changed their formation. They surrounded Nicholas from 4 different directions. They struck out with their swords and attacked Nicholas with their full strength. They actually forced Nicholas into a retreat. Very soon, a few vicious wounds appeared on his body. Nicholas also fought with his full strength. Surging energy poured out of his body, but every time he tried to kill one of them with his full strength, the other 3 would launch a fatal attack at him at the same time, forcing him to give up on attacking and switch to defense. It was an extremely frustrating battle. "That's a very powerful sword formation." A Saint King in the distance realized what it was and sighed in amazement. "This sword formation is very profound. If it weren't for the sword formation, they wouldn't be Nicholas' opponent even if the 4 of them worked together. Nicholas is an ancient sea beast that can challenge those stronger than him," said a middle-aged man. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man bathed in blood. He was the one who had been injured by Nicholas and robbed of the divine water of the world. "Skypeak sword formation," one of the 4 old men called out. They worked extremely well together, sheathing their swords at the same time. Afterward, powerful sword intent radiated from them, surging into the clouds. At that moment, the 4 of them seemed to become 4 swords that stood in the sky. They shone with eternal light. At the same time, their presences rapidly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, they broke through the Holy Emperor's 3rd heavenly layer and reached the peak of the 4th heavenly layer. They seemed to be about to break through to the 5th heavenly layer. This was not their own strength. Instead, it was the sword formation that allowed the 4 of them to fuse their strength into one, allowing one of them to their strength had skyrocketed in a short amount of time. All of a sudden, the 4 of them moved, leaving behind a dreamlike afterimage as they charged at Nicholas at an unbelievable speed. Spurt! 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 The 4 swords stabbed into Nicholas' body at the same time. Violent and tyrannical sword chi erupted from the swords, turning Nicholas' body into a bloody mess. Just when Nicholas' soul wanted to flee, the 4 swords in his body produced a terrifying suction force. It actually pulled his soul toward the four swords. In the end, he was split into four and sucked into the swords. No! Nicholas' roar of fear and despair could be vaguely heard. There was no more sound after that. The four old men remained as cold as before. They slowly pulled out their blood-soaked swords and pulled out a towel from their space rings to carefully wipe the blood off the swords. The divine water of the world in Nicholas' hands naturally ended up in their hands as well. The Holy Emperor experts in the surroundings all showed fear. Nicholas' death had a very great impact on their mind. Nicholas had already reached the fourth heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. His battle prowess was enough to contend with 16th star experts, yet he had been slain so easily by four old men of unknown origins. Moreover, he had failed to harm his opponents at all. All of them struggled to accept this. The experts of the Huangdao clan and the Hundred-Footed clan were still fighting to the death. They had completely abandoned the divine water of the world now. The battle had reached a climax, where they would not stop until one of them was dead. Chapter 11:28. Jianshan rushed over from afar. His presence surged, causing the surroundings to shake. His eyes were cold and flickered with cold, killing intent. It's Senior Yang Yutian. Fantastic, Senior Yang Yutian has finally returned. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun were overjoyed as they hid in the distance. They were like people who had grasped at straws in despair, seeing the light of hope. The divine water of the world had completely become a battle between experts of the Holy Emperor. The two of them were unable to interfere at all. They did not even have the right to speak. They could only watch as so many Holy Emperor experts fought over the divine water as if it was already theirs. This made them feel extremely frustrated and vexed. Now that Yang Yutian had returned, the two of them were immediately filled with energy. Who is this person? What a powerful presence! This person sure is arrogant. Even the tyrant of the Western Sea, Nicholas, has died. Is he stronger than Nicholas? Many people looked at Jianshan as he flew over from afar. A few Holy Emperor experts even sneered. They did not believe that Jianshan had the ability to fend off the four mysterious old men with metal swords. They believed that he was just throwing his life away. The four old men maintained the same posture with their swords. They seemed to be standing casually, but they seemed to be hiding something. They could activate the sword formation at any time. At that moment, they all looked at Jianshan as they frowned and became stern. It's him. He's actually returned at a time like this, said one of the old men. The four of them knew extremely well just how powerful Jianshan was. He was bold enough to cross the Crouching Dragon range all by himself and kill the strongest expert at the peak. An expert like that was not someone they could deal with. Although the sword formation they used together was very powerful, it was impossible for them to defeat someone who was far more powerful than them. I can sense a strong threat from that person. He's definitely not someone we can defeat. Our goal here is not to find the divine water of the world. There's no need for us to offend such a powerful expert for something that's useless to us, an old man said telepathically. His eyes were filled with dread. After killing Nicholas, the four old men had become the most powerful group present. Now that the divine water of the world had fallen into their hands, it obviously attracted the attention of many people in the surroundings. Many people sneered at Jianshan as if they were watching a good show. They seemed to have already seen Jianshan die to the four swords. After all, even Nicholas, who could fight against a fifth heavenly layer expert like the Holy Emperor, had died. They had no doubt that the four old men would be able to contend against a sixth heavenly layer expert if they used their powerful sword formation again. Jianshan rapidly approached from afar. He quickly glanced around before finally locking onto the four old men who held the divine water. He strode over and directly approached the four old men. His presence was oppressive, and with each step, his presence would rapidly strengthen. Senior Yang Yutian, you've finally returned. If you didn't come back soon, the divine water of the world would have been taken away by them. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun ran over from afar. They followed behind Jianchen like followers. They were in high spirit. Jianchen coldly stared at the four old men and coldly said, I spent so much effort to draw away the two beasts at the peak of the 16th star so that the divine water would not end up in their hands. Look at you, you've actually reaped the benefit. One of the Holy Emperor experts immediately sneered when he heard Jianchen's words. He joked, Kid, you sure know how to joke around. You actually drew away two beasts at the peak of the 16th star. Do you have the ability to do that? Jianchen's presence was powerful, but without the Emperor armament, he was only at the third heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor with his chaotic body. Without any concealment, many of the Holy Emperor experts obviously saw Jianchen clearly, so they obviously did not treat him with any importance. Only the four old men were exceptions. They were not misled by Jianchen's strength. He's still a step away from the peak of the 15th star. He's not even as strong as me. Kid, let me see what you're capable of to draw away two beasts at the peak of the 16th star. A young man who seemed to be in his 30s sneered. He was very burly, like a huge bear. He stood over 4 meters tall and his eyes were filled with disdain. A wide, double-edged axe appeared in his hand. He swung it through the air and the axe immediately elongated, becoming 100 meters long in a single instance. He swung it toward Jianchen's head with an unstoppable force. You're only at the 4th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You're asking for death, Jianchen coldly said. The Emperor armament immediately appeared in his hand and he swung it out, using the 4-meter-long sword to receive the axe. Two weapons of completely disproportionate size collide in midair. However, with a boom, the huge axe was actually knocked away by a single strike. It broke free from the young man's grasp and flew far away. The supreme force passed through the axe and actually caused the young man's arms to become numb. He staggered backwards. Everyone in the surroundings was so shocked that they could not close their mouths when they saw this. It was as if they had seen something unbelievable. The burly young man was a peak 15th star expert, yet he could not even withstand a single blow. The young man had not held back in his attack earlier. Regular holy emperors at the 3rd heavenly layer would struggle to receive it, so Jianchen did not plan on letting him go. He coldly stared at the young man and took a step forward. He crossed 100 meters in the air and appeared before the young man as if he had teleported. The Emperor armament stabbed toward the young man's head. The young man was shocked. Jianchen's attack was just too fast, making it impossible for him to dodge. He immediately bellowed out and a shield completely condensed from energy appeared in front of him. The shield immediately shattered like tofu when it collided with the Emperor armament. The Emperor armament continued forward like a hot knife through butter. In the end, the Emperor armament stabbed into the young man's head under his horrified gaze, wiping him out on the spot. A peak holy emperor at the 4th heavenly layer had actually been slain in a single clash. Without a doubt, the young man was the holy emperor who had died the quickest. Jianchen pulled out the Emperor armament like nothing had happened. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword as he coldly glanced around. He said emotionlessly, "Who else wants to challenge me? Feel free to do so." The expressions of all the spectating holy emperor immediately changed when they heard that. They staggered back a few steps. At that moment, their gazes toward Jianchen had finally changed. They were filled with fear while the saint rulers were filled with deep fear. They did not dare to make eye contact with Jianchen. The battle between the 100-footed clan and the Huangdao clan came to a halt because of what had happened. They all stared at Jianchen in fear as deep dread filled their eyes. Zhou Chuyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed at the holy emperor as he complained. He described everything that had happened before without missing a single detail. No, no, no. That's definitely not the case. Senior, it was just a misunderstanding. We didn't touch your people either, so I hope you can understand, the skinny old man hurriedly explained. The skinny old man hurriedly explained. He refused to admit to what he had just said. The other Saint Kings hurriedly explained as well, absolving themselves of their crimes. After personally witnessing Jian Chen's strength, they no longer dared to act arrogantly. How did the two of you get your wounds? Jian Chen turned around and asked. From the shock waves of the battle. Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun's faces became rather red. They felt ashamed. Jian Chen ignored them. Instead, he looked at the four old men as killing intent flashed through his eyes. The four of us took this divine water of the world from the conqueror of the Western Sea, Nicholas. If it weren't for the four of us stopping him, it probably would have entered his stomach already, said the old man who held the divine water of the world. Afterwards, he tossed the jade bottle to Jianchen without any reluctance. Jianchen caught the divine water of the world and glanced at the metal swords in the four old men's hands. An extremely well-hidden sliver of nostalgia appeared in his eyes, but it vanished very quickly. Afterwards, he opened the jade bottle and checked it. He discovered that the divine water of the world had not decreased at all. Jianchen stowed the divine water of the world away before saying to Zhou Chuyun, "Call Zhou Lin and the others over. Let's leave this place." Zhou Chuyun immediately went to find Zhou Lin and the others. They were very smart. Seeing that the situation was off, they had already fled 20 kilometers away, avoiding the shockwaves of the battle. They all returned with Zhou Chuyun unscathed. During this time, Lu Jun used this opportunity to examine the corpses of the feral beasts. He really did find a few thunderstones. He even removed the space rings of the dead Holy Emperor experts before handing them to Jianchen politely. The surrounding Holy Emperor experts watched as the space rings of the experts of the same level fell into Lu Jun's hands. Although they were tempted, none of them dared to do anything. Jianchen and the people from the Blue Sky Adventurers left, leaving behind a large group of people who had failed to obtain the divine water of the world. The four old men stared at Jianchen's back deeply. Only when Jianchen had completely vanished from their sight did they look at one another. As if they could read each other's minds, they all made their way in the direction that Jianchen had left in. Afterward, the Holy Emperor experts gathered there all left. All of them were filled with pity as they watched the divine water of the world being taken away. Pay with your life for Gus. Suddenly, the Holy Emperor of the Huangdao clan bellowed out. He quickly charged toward the heavily injured Grand Elder of the 100-footed clan who had lost an arm. However, he was stopped by another Holy Emperor of the 100-footed clan. The battle between the two sides began once again. Lan Mo did not participate in the battle between the two clans. Instead, he had retreated far away long ago. His face was pale as his legs trembled. He's actually a 16th star expert. I've actually provoked a 16th star expert. Lan Mo felt a lingering fear inside as cold sweat covered his forehead. Only now did he understand just what kind of existence he had provoked. A 16th star expert was a supreme expert who could easily wipe out the entire Lanshan clan. Fortunately, that supreme expert didn't make a fuss over it with me. Lan Mo felt lucky inside when he thought up to there. Young Master Lan Mo, I seem to have forgotten about you. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from afar. Lan Mo trembled violently when he heard the familiar voice that filled him with fear. He looked over in fear. Jianchen, Zhou Chuyun, and the others had actually returned, walking straight toward him. Senior. At this moment, Lan Mo no longer dared to act tough. His arrogant personality in Divine City had completely vanished. He wanted to apologize, but he could not help but shiver inside when he saw Jianchen's sharp and cold gaze. He did not even dare to say anything. Chapter 11:29. Jianchen, Zhou Chuyun, and the others strolled through the divine realm aimlessly. They had no plans of leaving. Esteemed Senior Yang Yutian, you've already obtained the divine water of the world in the divine realm. A second portion shouldn't appear anytime soon, Zhou Chuyun said from behind Yang Chen. He had already ingested the Class 6 Radiant Divine Hall that Jianchen had given him, so most of his injuries from the shock waves of the battle had already healed. He was fine now. After a moment of thought, Jianchen took out a small portion of the divine water and gave it to Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun. He also took out a few 15th star thunderstones and said, "I don't want to leave any time soon. Your lives will be in danger if you follow me in the depths of the divine realm. You should leave first." "Senior Yang Yutian, we can't accept that. We've followed Senior Yang Yutian all the way here, and we've already obtained extremely great benefits along the way. How can we accept Senior Yang Yutian's things?" Zhou Chuyun and Lu Jun were flattered. They did not dare to accept Jianchen's things. "Take it. If it weren't for you leading the way, I wouldn't have been able to find this divine water of the world. Moreover, I did say before that I would share some with you." Jianchen forcefully shoved a small portion of the divine water and a few 15th star thunderstones into their hands before bidding farewell to them. The divine water of the world he had obtained was nowhere near enough. It was probably only enough for Honglian to recover her strength. There were also several dozen elites of the flame mercenaries waiting for his divine water to transform, increase their potential, and refine their souls so that they could reach Saint Ruler. As a result, Jianchen needed to find even more divine water of the world. Zhou Chuyun, Lu Jun, and the Heaven Saint Masters of the Blue Sky Adventurers parted with Jianchen reluctantly and set off on their way back. During the days they spent with Jianchen, they had experienced the unprecedented joy of roaming the divine realm. It filled them with nostalgia and passion. However, they also knew that this feeling would not last forever because their relationship with Jianchen was not particularly deep. It was just a form of cooperation. "Senior Yang Yutian, I, Zhou Lin, will remember you for the rest of my life." Before leaving, Zhou Chuyun's daughter, Zhou Lin, looked at Jianchen with both admiration and respect. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Jianchen watched Zhou Chuyun and the others leave. He had only silently helped Zhou Chuyun so much because they were both humans. In this foreign land, Jianchen seemed to see his past self when he encountered people of the same race who were struggling to increase their strength. Jianchen dismissed his thoughts and suddenly said, "The four of you have secretly followed me for so long. It's time for you to appear." With that, four old men silently emerged from the forest behind Jianchen. They did not cause any disturbances at all, just like ghosts. Jianchen turned around and looked at the four of them calmly. He coldly asked, "Why are you following me?" The four old men said nothing. They calmly stared at Jianchen. A while later, one of them said, "Sir, you seem to have only come to the divine realm for the divine water of the world? So what if I have?" Jianchen was emotionless. "Sir, if you want to obtain even more divine water of the world, we might be able to work together," the old man continued. "Work together? Do you know where the rest of the divine water of the world is?" A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes as he immediately became interested. "We don't know where the rest of the divine water of the world is, but we do know where it originates," said the old man. "What? Where it originates?" Jianchen was surprised. He was no longer able to maintain his composure. He said, "Tell me what the place of origin of the divine water of the world looks like." "Many years ago, we ventured into the depths of the divine realm. From afar, we saw a lake that gave off a seven-colored, auspicious light. The divine water of the world constantly sprayed out from the center of the lake, but most of it fell into the lake. Only a tiny portion floated out of the lake before drifting aimlessly through the divine realm," said the old man. He did not reveal the location of the place at all. "A lake that gives off a seven-colored, auspicious light. Is this the Spirit Sea?" Jianchen was greatly shocked. He was unable to remain calm. According to what the old man had said, it was extremely likely that this place was the Spirit Sea that produced the divine water of the world. Once they found the Spirit Sea, they would not have to worry about the divine water of the world at all. "I can work with you. What do you want?" Jianchen agreed without any hesitation. This information was just too tempting for him. We don't have any request. We just want to travel together. The place where the divine water originates is protected by a powerful formation. It's very difficult for the four of us to break through it, so we need help. Once we break through the formation, you can take your divine water of the world, and I'll take what we need, said the old man. Jianchen pondered for a moment. He stared at the four of them with shining eyes and gently smiled. I think the things you need must be very valuable. They are indeed valuable to us, but they're just a bunch of useless trash to Sir. As he spoke, an iron sword appeared in the old man's hand. He said, This is the weapon used by the four of us. It is not condensed from energy. Instead, it is forged from meteoric iron. It took us several years to forge. What we want to obtain is the material for practicing the sword, to make this iron sword stronger. Jianchen stared at the metal sword closely. After staying in this world for so long, all the weapons he had seen used by experts were condensed from energy. Even emperor armaments were condensed from energy, yet the four old men actually used metal swords. They clearly did not fit in with the weapons of this world. It's a very extraordinary metal sword. I can actually sense the souls of quite a few living beings in there, praised Jianchen. The four old men before him were not simple at all. They walked an unusual path of cultivation, which could be seen from the weapons they used. Jianchen successfully walked with the four old men. Although he was very curious about their cultivation method, he did not pry. Every single person had their own secret. The four old men led the way, bringing Jianchen to the place where the divine water of the world originated. After some small talk, Jianchen learned their names. They were very strange names, a Da, a Er, a San, and a Si. Those were their real names. Jianchen also learned that the four of them were actually brothers, born from the same father and mother. The three middle-aged men Jianchen had killed in the cave a few days ago did not have any ties with the Da and the others. They were only followers he had encountered in the divine realm. They had just met by chance. Jianchen did not talk too deeply with the four of them. The four of them had always been taciturn and did not talk much. They always maintained a cold expression. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out in the distance. The ground began to tremble as a 100-meter-tall divine ape furiously rushed toward Jianchen with a huge axe on its shoulder. Jianchen's expression changed slightly. He's coming for me. I never thought he'd be able to find me. Let's go. With that, Jianchen and the four of them quickly left. They all pushed their speed to the limit and left the giant ape far behind very soon. This divine ape is one of the most powerful existences in the depths of the divine realm. He's reached the peak of the 16th star and is extremely terrifying. Fortunately, speed is his weakness or we'll be in deep trouble, Ada said in a deep voice. Ada said in a deep voice. There was deep fear in his eyes. He knew a lot about the situation in God's domain. However, the ground rumbled again soon after. The giant ape had actually chased after them again. The four of them and Jianchen had no choice but to run again, leaving the giant ape far behind. This time, they only stopped after running over 100 kilometers. A Si could not help but ask, Yang Yutian, how did you provoke this divine ape? Why is he so concerned about you and unwilling to let you go? The four of them all looked at Jianchen. They felt extremely wronged. They had done nothing at all, yet they were actually suffering with Jianchen, being chased by a terrifying ape. I took their child away when we were fighting for the divine water of the world earlier. Their child must have returned to their side by now. I never thought that the giant ape would be so vengeful, still thinking about me, Jianchen said. The four of them looked at each other. They could not help but admire Jianchen's boldness for daring to take their child away right before them. A San took out a bag of powder from his space ring and said, This is bone powder ground from the bones of vicious beasts in the divine realm. Sprinkle it on yourself and it'll cover your scent, making the giant ape lose its sense of smell. Jianchen accepted the bone powder doubtfully and quickly checked it. Only after confirming that there was nothing wrong with it did he gently sprinkle some on himself. He had to admit that a sans bone powder was extremely effective. After Jianchen sprinkled the bone powder on himself, the giant ape really did not chase after him anymore. These vicious beasts have a very sensitive sense of smell. The bone powder can only cover our scent temporarily, but it can't make us completely disappear from their sight. The journey ahead is rather long, so let's keep our presence concealed and not disturb the vicious beasts. Very few people come to the depths of the divine realm to clear out the vicious beasts. As time goes on, many extremely powerful existences will naturally appear. They're very difficult to deal with, Ada said as he carefully made his way to the very depths with Jianchen. The four of them clearly frequented the depths of the divine realm often, so they understood the place extremely well. Not only could they infer what powerful vicious beasts would appear here from the traces left behind on the ground, but they could even infer what powerful species lived nearby from the terrain and environment, which saved them a lot of trouble. There was even one time when Jianchen's group entered the territory of the soaring ants, but Ada and the others were able to see through something in advance. They retreated early to avoid the danger of being surrounded by the soaring ant. Even Jianchen was impressed by Ada and the others' rich experience. He even suspected that the four of them were born in the divine realm because they knew this place far too well. They were basically capable of finding opportunities and avoiding dangers. Chapter 1130. There were relatively few battles along the way. Ada and the others basically chose to avoid all the vicious beasts they came across. Very rarely did they face them head-on. They spent most of their time traveling. Afterward, Jianchen's group followed Ada and the others to the end of the divine realm. After traveling for 3 days, they finally arrived beside a raging river. The path to that place is hidden at the bottom of the river. We discovered it by accident. Follow us. Don't get lost, Ada said to Xiachen. Afterward, the four of them all jumped into the raging river and disappeared. They quickly sank to the bottom of the river. Jianchen did not hesitate either. His chaotic body surged within him, pushing his defenses to the limit before jumping into the river as well. The river was very deep. Jianchen followed the four of them for 10,000 meters before finally approaching the bottom. The water pressure on him had exceeded 5,000 kilograms, enough to crush a regular person to pieces. However, it was nothing to an expert like Jianchen. The bottom of the river was not pitch black. There was a layer of sand that glowed with a faint blue light, turning the pitch-black bottom of the river into a dreamy blue world. It was extremely beautiful. A few mutated fish lived there. They were extremely powerful, and a few of them could even threaten saint rulers. They would attack Jianchen and the others from time to time. Ada and the others had already drawn their metal swords and cut the fish that attacked them in half. Faint blue liquid flowed out of them. The blood of the fish was not red, but blue. Jianchen would shoot out strands of azulate sword chi to kill the fish that attacked him from time to time. The fish were not very powerful, so the sword chi was enough to deal with them. Jianchen and the others swam against the current. After traveling several thousand meters, a 5-meter-wide cave appeared before them. It was completely hidden at the bottom of the river, so it could only be discovered at the bottom. Jianchen followed the four of them into the cave. There was still a lot of sand that glowed with a faint blue light. It was neither metal nor rock, but it was much larger than the sand at the bottom of the river. It was actually the size of a finger. Jianchen grabbed a handful of the sand and studied it. He then said to the four of them through a communication technique, "You should collect some of this. It's a material for forging weapons. If you add some of this into your swords, it'll greatly increase their power." Jianchen had already secretly asked the sword spirits, and confirmed that the sand was a material for forging weapons. However, the quality of the sand was too low, so it was useless for forging the azulate sword. However, it was an excellent material for the metal swords in the four's hands. The four of them were stunned when they heard Jianshan's words. They glanced at Jianshan in surprise. They had never thought that Jianshan knew more about forging swords than they did. They became extremely surprised. The four of them did not say anything else. They all collected some of the sand before continuing on their way. The cave that had been dyed blue by the sand was filled with water, so Jianshan and the four of them were unable to speak. They could only communicate through communication technique. We'll reach the place if we pass through here. It's a brand new world inside, so be careful, Ada said to Jianshan. They had already arrived at the end of the cave. It was not a stone wall, but a blurry space that constantly distorted. This was not the first time the four of them had been here. They entered the blurry space at the end of the cave with great familiarity before disappearing. Jianshan hesitated slightly. After secretly preparing himself, he entered the distorted space as well, disappearing from the cave. Jianshan's vision cleared up as soon as he took a step forward. He glanced through the corner of his eyes and discovered in surprise that he seemed to have arrived in another world. However, before Jianshan could take a closer look, he suddenly experienced a sense of weightlessness. Jianshan actually fell down. Jianshan stabilized himself very soon. He discovered that he was actually several hundred meters in the air after emerging from the cave. Behind him was an extremely smooth mountain wall. The cave he had just emerged from just happened to be in the center of the mountain wall. It was blurry inside, making it impossible to see clearly. This is our destination. The divine water of the world comes from here. The four of them hovered at the same altitude as Jianshan. They were not happy at all, only stern. Jianshan stared ahead and immediately became excited. There was a huge lake over a dozen kilometers away. Spring water constantly sprayed out from the center of the lake, creating 10-meter-tall splashes. Some azure divine water of the world bobbed up and down on the surface of the lake before falling back down and disappearing. An extremely small portion of the divine water of the world drifted out of the lake before disappearing for some reason. It's the Spirit Sea. It's the Spirit Sea. Jianshan was filled with excitement. He had heard about the Spirit Sea from the sword spirits before, so he naturally recognized it with a single glance. It's definitely not easy to obtain the divine water of the world. The surroundings of the divine water are enveloped by a powerful formation, and there are many extremely powerful vicious beasts cultivating outside. These vicious beasts have ingested the divine water of the world, so they've gained intelligence. They're even more difficult to deal with than the vicious beasts outside, Asan said with a heavy voice. Jianshan looked over, and his joy vanished very soon. He gradually became stern. He discovered that the entire Spirit Sea was enveloped by a powerful formation, just as Ada and the others had said. There were over 30 mountainous vicious beasts cultivating outside the formation. Every single vicious beast radiated with tremendous presences. The weakest of them was actually at the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, while the strongest had reached the great perfection of the Holy Emperor. There were more than one of them. Suddenly, Jianshan's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the tiny, inconspicuous vicious beast in shock as his heart churned. A Class 9 vicious beast. There's actually a Class 9 vicious beast here. Jianshan cried out inside. He was filled with disbelief. There was actually an expert on par with the Holy Emperor among the vicious beasts. Jianshan's heart sank. With so many terrifying vicious beasts guarding the place, it was impossible for him, Ada, and the others to make their way in. Moreover, there was an even more terrifying vicious beast guarding the place. Looks like I'll have to get Ruijin and the others to take action, Jianshan sighed inside. He had encountered an undefeatable opponent. Don't worry. The vicious beasts are terrifying, but they do have weaknesses. The four of us have been hiding here for several hundred years, so we know their habits like the back of our hands. Every 100 years, the formations here will go berserk, disrupting the surroundings and isolating the space, making the place extremely unstable. At that time, the senses and smell of the vicious beasts will be affected, so it's the best time for us to enter. The formation here isn't limited to the one on the surface. There are 2 more layers of formation hidden in the dark. The 3 layers of formation are divided into 3 worlds. The area where those ferocious beasts are in is only the 3rd layer of formation. It's as if they are in another space. They won't be able to discover us unless we enter the 3rd layer of formation. What we need to do right now is wait for the 100 years to pass and let the formations go berserk. We'll take advantage of the fact that the senses and smell of the vicious beasts are at their lowest to pass through the 3rd layer of formations and enter the 2nd layer of formations as quickly as possible. After that, we'll be safe. The vicious beasts won't be able to enter the 2nd layer of formations at all, so they won't be able to harm us in the 3rd layer of formations. How long until the formations go berserk again? Jianshan asked. Based on our accurate calculations, there should be half a month to a month, no more than 3 months at most. With that, Jianshan temporarily gave up on the idea of asking Ruijin and the other 2 to take action. If possible, he wanted to obtain everything he wanted through his own efforts instead of relying on the strength of others. Afterwards, Jianshan, Ada, and the other 3 waited for half a month before the formations finally went berserk. A violent stream of energy suddenly appeared, causing the 3 layers of formations to tremble violently. The space up ahead was extremely twisted. It was impossible to see anything clearly. All they could see was a blurry, chaotic world. All their senses were rendered useless in that twisted space. Now, let's go. Ada called out and quickly charged toward the formations with the other 3 brothers. The formations would not last for very long, so they did not have much time left. They were all in a race against time. Jianshan used the illusory flash to follow behind the 4 of them. Over 10 kilometers passed in the blink of an eye, and they approached the 3rd layer of the formations very soon. Afterward, the 4 of them began to advance in a strange pace. This was the key to entering the formations, something that the 4 of them had created after many years of research. Jianshan had already been warned, so he did not wander around randomly after entering the formations. Instead, he followed the 4 of them and made it to the 3rd layer without any obstructions, entering the same miniature world as the vicious beasts. The vicious beasts had been greatly affected by the formations, so they had lost their senses of everything around them. They could not see or smell, so they had no idea that someone had already entered. Jianshan and the others were the same. The 5 of them held hands as they advanced, afraid of getting lost. "We still have 10 minutes," Ada said telepathically. Afterward, the 5 of them formed a straight line and charged toward the 2nd layer according to their senses. At this moment, Ada, who was running at the front, suddenly stopped, causing the people behind him to almost crash into him. Following that, a deafening roar rang out, causing the ground to tremble. "God damn it, I've run into a vicious beast!" Ada could not help but curse. Everyone's vision was affected by the twisted space, so they were unable to see their surroundings at all. They had been advancing in a straight line from the outside, so it was very easy for them to run into a vicious beast if they deviated even slightly. Their faces all changed, and they immediately made a detour around the invisible vicious beast. They continued toward the 2nd layer of the formations. As long as they made it to the 2nd layer, they would be completely safe. A thunderous roar rang out from behind, causing the ground to constantly tremble. The space trembled even more violently. The vicious beast that Ada had run into had already developed intelligence. It was quite intelligent, so it immediately realized that there were intruders. It immediately became furious. Berserk attacks began to spread throughout the 3rd area. The vicious beast launched a powerful attack and began to attack the surrounding area in an attempt to find the intruders. Some of the attacks landed on the 3rd and 2nd layer of the array formation, causing the array formation to violently fluctuate. Chapter 11:31. Oh no, more and more vicious beasts have discovered us. We need to enter the second formation as soon as possible. Aer's voice was heavy. Aer's voice rang out, his tone solemn. These beasts were too powerful. There was more than one elder of the Divine Hall, and there was even a Type 9 powerhouse hidden among them. The four of them moved even faster. At that moment they had pushed their speed to the limit, making use of every second they had to make their way to the second zone. They had unleashed all their potential without holding back at all. The vicious beasts in the third formation all knew that outsiders had entered through the communication of their companions. They all roared out furiously and launched powerful attacks without any target. They wanted to find the intruders. Numerous powerful wild beasts simultaneously launched powerful attacks, causing the earth to violently tremble. The entire world was shaking. Even the stable space was violently fluctuating. This space, which was much more stable than the sea, was showing signs of shattering. Moreover, there was clearly a powerful and mysterious force protecting the ground of this formation space. Even with so many ferocious beasts attacking the ground was not damaged in the slightest. The space there had become very unstable under the attacks of the vicious beasts. The four of them were unable to use their abilities to control the space there at all, so they used their movement techniques to move extremely quickly. Jianchen used the illusory flash to follow Ada and the others closely. They all held hands in order to prevent themselves from getting lost here. Violent energy shockwaves transformed into terrifying shockwaves that constantly swept across their bodies. The powerful attacks from the beast's hand bombarded their bodies several times, almost injuring them. If not for their strength, perhaps just the shockwaves from the energy shockwaves would have been enough to stop them from advancing, or even seriously injure them. The four of them became unprecedentedly stern. They all gritted their teeth as their foreheads became covered with sweat. At that moment, they felt like the distance of a few kilometers that was nothing to them in the past had become so far away. They were unable to move as quickly as they normally did in the formation space that was filled with energy. Spurt! Suddenly, Asi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His chest was pierced by a fist-sized ball of energy. The flesh and blood there completely disappeared, and he was seriously injured. Asi gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He did not slow down at all as he continued to make his way to the second zone. Finally, the few of them successfully approached the formation that enveloped the second region as they dashed along the border of life and death. Then, they flew into it. However, before they could let out a sigh of relief, Ada's voice rang out, "Oh no, the formation has changed under the attacks of the vicious beasts. The method we came up with to enter the formation is no longer effective." Aer, Asan, and Asi's faces all changed. They called out without any hesitation, "Back off! Back off! Back off!" Coming up with a method to enter the formation could not be done in a single day. There was not much time right now, so Ada and the others did not have the time to slowly study the formation. They immediately backed off in an attempt to leave the formation. Otherwise, once the formation calmed down, they would all be exposed to the vicious beast. The only thing that awaited them would be death. As they ran back, they were all injured to a certain degree. Even Jianchen was no exception. A claw mark had appeared on his left arm. It was a bloody mess. A vicious beast had slashed him with its claws. When Ada and the others returned to the edge of the formation, their expressions changed again. One of them exclaimed, "We're in big trouble. The formation that leads to the exit has also changed under the attacks of these ferocious beasts. We can't leave now." "What?" Asan and the others were all shocked when they heard that. Despair filled their eyes. They had all realized a problem now. They were trapped here with a group of terrifying vicious beasts. However, the vicious beasts would never let them go. At this moment, the array formation that had gone berserk once in 100 years began to gradually calm down. The distorted space here began to rapidly recover, and the originally blurry vision slowly became clear. "We're out of time. We'll be dead if we don't get out, a sea called out. He was filled with anxiety. At that moment, all four of them panicked. They struggled to remain calm. Only Jianchen was an exception. Maybe I have an idea, Jianchen said. Then he took out the saint artifact and released the white tiger. He said, "Little White, take us out of here." Jianchen immediately mounted the white tiger's back before telling Ada and the others to grab onto the white tiger's wings. He planned on using the innate ability of the white tiger to ignore all formations and spatial barriers to take them out. The white tiger did not hesitate at all. It charged out with Jianchen, but when it collided with the formation, it did not directly pass through like before. It had actually been stopped. The white tiger produced a deep roar and attempted to pass through the formation again. However, it still failed. It became trapped in the formation along with Jianchen and the others. Jianchen was filled with disbelief when he saw that. He dismounted from the white tiger's back and said with a heavy voice, "The formation here is strange. It's definitely not as simple as it seems." As he said that, Jianchen had already sent the white tiger back into the artifact space. After that delay, the formation that had gone berserk finally calmed down. Jianchen and the others were completely exposed to the vicious beast. Roar. With a series of deafening roars, the eyes of all the vicious beasts became blood-red. They were filled with brutality and killing intent. Although they had all gained intelligence, their thirst for blood remained. Immediately, several vicious beasts began to attack Jianchen. The weakest of them was at the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. There was even a vicious beast at the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor that charged toward Jianchen. The vicious beasts were of various shapes and sizes. Some of them were similar to tigers and leopards, while others seemed to be a combination of several different animals. They were completely nameless. Jianchen drew his emperor armament and began to fight against the vicious beast that charged toward him. Asi and the others quickly formed a sword formation to fend off the enemy, but the difference in strength between the two sides was just too great. Although their sword formation was very powerful, it was still unable to block the claws of several vicious beasts. They were all blown away as blood spurted from their mouth. Ada's entire left arm had been bitten off. He could not help but cry out from the pain as the vicious beast devoured his arm. "Big brother!" A San, and a Si all cried out. They knew that it would be very difficult for Ada's arm to recover because there was no medicine that could regrow it. "Quick, use the last forbidden technique to flee. We can't stay here any longer or we'll be dead for sure." Ada's voice was filled with pain. Ada growled out in pain. His voice was extremely hoarse before looking at Jianchen. He said, "Brother Yang Yutian, I'm sorry. We'll have to go first. I hope we can meet again in the future." After saying that, Ada and the other three immediately gathered together and stood in a strange formation. They held their iron swords horizontally in front of their chests and yelled, "Everything in the world is one. Nirvana sword formation, only I am supreme. When the four swords are combined, we will destroy everything." With their incantation, the four swords suddenly shone with dazzling light. At that moment, the light from the four swords actually fused together, enveloping the four of them. They shot into the sky and vanished in a single moment. No one knew where they had gone. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen was the only one left in the formation, fighting the vicious beasts. Jianchen knew that he was at the end of his rope now. He had no chance of victory with his own strength, so he stopped holding back. He immediately took out the Saint artifact and released Ruijin, Yi Qianshuan, and Yi Qianshuan. Ruijin, Yi Qianshuan, and Yi Qianshuan did not need Jianchen to explain. They understood everything with a single glance. Ruijin said, "Leave the trouble here to us." Ruijin looked past all the vicious beasts and finally locked onto a tiger-like Class 9 vicious beast that was only 2 meters long. His eyes shone brightly as the Sacred Dragon's sword and Sacred Dragon's armor appeared at the same time. He charged toward the Class 9 magical beast with the Sacred Dragon's armor in his Sacred Dragon's armor. At the same time, Blackfish also equipped an armor with origin energy. He swung his machete at the Holy Emperor 9th Heavenly Layer beast that was fighting against Jianshan. A weapon with origin energy was so powerful that a single strike was fatal. The vicious beast died instantly, unable to fight back at all. Red Lotus was surrounded by raging flames, as if a fire god had descended. The terrifying flames seemed to be able to burn the air, causing the temperature to rapidly rise. Many vicious beasts were extremely fearful of the flames around her body. Hongyan did not take part in the battle. Instead, she stood beside Jianshan and stared at the vicious beasts in the surroundings. Although she had lost a lot of strength, the vicious beasts were still extremely fearful of her. In Jianshan's sea of consciousness, the sword spirits that surrounded a 5-colored immortal crystal gently trembled as they sent out mental pulses. No wonder I found the presence of the 4 metal swords to be rather familiar. As it turns out, they practice the famed technique of the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, the Nirvanic Sword Formation. The Nirvanic Immortal Exalt was one of the 5 Grand Exalt. He was at the same level of cultivation as Old Master and had reached the extremity. It's a pity that he died to the hands of the Grand Prime of the Warring Gods in the Saints' world. In the battle back then, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt died first. The 4 Nirvanic swords shattered, and the sword spirits dispersed. Afterwards, our swords shattered as well. In the end, because we were born from yin and yang, we were blessed by the heavens, which allowed us to survive. However, we were heavily injured as well. Chapter 1132. Jianshan did not hear the sword spirits' discussion. All of Jianshan's attention was focused on Ruijin and the others right now. Blackfish and Ruijin wore origin energy armor. Even Holy Emperor experts would struggle to injure them, and the origin energy weapons in their hands allowed them to unleash attacks as powerful as Holy Emperor attacked. Their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. They were basically 2 true Holy Emperors. Ruijin fought the Class 9 vicious beast all by himself. Their battle was devastating. Terrifying shockwaves of energy struck the formations on both sides, but they only caused them to tremble slightly. They were not destroyed. Even more unbelievable was that the battle between the 2 Holy Emperor experts did not even leave a scratch on the ground. The invisible energy that protected this place was extremely powerful. The Class 9 vicious beast had gained intelligence a very long time ago after consuming the divine water of the world. After so many years of cultivation, it had already grasped the abilities of the Holy Emperor. Its battle prowess was very great, able to match Ruijin. However, it feared Ruijin's Sacred Dragon's sword very much, so it would always avoid it. It did not dare to receive it head-on. Origin energy was an energy on another level. It was even more powerful than the energy used by the Holy Emperor. It could even cause great harm to the Holy Emperor. When the Path Lord of Carnal Desires and the 2 Holy Emperor experts of the Beast God continent clashed with Ruijin and Blackfish, they did not dare to receive attacks from origin energy. It was a power that even the Holy Emperor feared. Blackfish charged into the horde of vicious beasts with his machete and began a massacre. The strongest of the vicious beasts were only on par with him. At the same time, Blackfish's original form was a mutated alligator, so his battle prowess far exceeded magical beasts of the same level. Coupled with the assistance of his weapon, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Although he was surrounded by vicious beasts all by himself, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he slew the vicious beasts one by one. In just a few seconds, over a dozen vicious beasts had died to Blackfish's hands. 2 of them were at great perfection of the Holy Emperor. The remaining vicious beasts all became frightened when they saw how powerful Blackfish was. They began to consider retreating. There were 3 vicious beasts that had not fought yet who were also at great perfection. After seeing the situation around them, they retreated from the formation first. They had been completely frightened by Black Fish's terrifying battle prowess. They no longer had the courage to continue fighting. In the end, the remaining vicious beasts all retreated from the formation after leaving behind a few more corpses. They had already figured out how to enter and leave. Having lost his opponents, Black Fish looked at the Class 9 magical beast that was still fighting against Ruijin. A vicious light flickered through his eyes. The Class 9 vicious beast's heart skipped a beat when it saw that. It sent out a mental pulse. Outsiders, you're very powerful. I'll leave and give you this territory. With that, the Class 9 vicious beast stopped fighting against Ruijin and leapt out of the formation. A Class 9 magical beast was equivalent to a holy emperor. It was not so easy to kill. If it wanted to leave, even Ruijin and Black Fish would not be able to stop it. In the end, only the corpses of 16th star vicious beasts remained in the third layer of the formation. Blood dyed the ground red. Jianshan quickly checked the corpses. To his surprise, he discovered that all the corpses contained thunderstones. The lowest grade of thunderstones was at the Holy Emperor's 7th heavenly layer. There were even 2 thunderstones at great perfection of the Holy Emperor. Senior Ruijin, Senior Blackfish, and Senior Honglian, please inject energy into these thunderstones when you have the time. Jianshan collected all the thunderstones and passed them to Ruijin and the other 2, along with the 15th star thunderstones in his space ring. The thunderstones required an expert with strength greater than the quality of the thunderstones to inject energy into them before they could become quaking thunders. Otherwise, they would be completely useless. Ruijin and the other 2 took away a portion of the thunderstones. This was as easy as lifting a finger for them. Jianshan, where is this place? Is this the Death's Nest? Blackfish looked around and asked curiously. No, this is a danger zone in the Sea Realm, the Divine Realm, Jianshan explained. Suddenly 2 beams of golden light shot out from Ruijin's eyes. He studied the formations there without blinking. As he slowly glanced around, the other 2 formations hidden in the air actually appeared bit by bit. The formations here are very powerful and very profound, Ruijin said a while later. He was very stern. Now that the threat of the vicious beasts had been resolved, Jianshan focused his attention on the divine water of the world and the formations again. Afterward, he released the white tiger from the artifact space again so that the white tiger could continue trying to pass through the formations there. In the end, Jianshan was disappointed. The formations there were very extraordinary. Even with the white tiger's innate ability, it was useless before the formations. It's a pity that Ada and the other 3 aren't here. The 4 of them have studied formations quite a bit. If they were here, we would have been able to find a way to enter again very quickly. Jianshan gently sighed. Although he had come across many formations in his life, he had destroyed all of them through brute force. He had never studied them before, so he had an extremely great foundation of knowledge regarding formations. I tested it earlier. The formations here are completely capable of blocking my full-powered strike. It's impossible to destroy them with brute force. Blackfish added. He was extremely stern. He had only come across such a powerful formation once before, and that was in the Bright Moon Divine Hall. Let me try. Ruijin bellowed out. He swung the sacred dragon's sword in his hand and struck the formation with his full strength. However, his strike that was comparable to the Holy Emperor only caused the formation to tremble slightly. He was unable to destroy it at all. Ruijin refused to give up. He swung his sword several more times, striking the 3rd and 2nd layer of formations. However, the results remained the same. The formations there were so powerful that even someone as powerful as the Holy Emperor was unable to destroy them forcefully. The formations here have been attacked by vicious beasts during the riot, so they've changed slightly. The methods from before are no longer effective. Otherwise, I could have tried using the steps that Ada and the others took me in. It looks like we can only be trapped here and slowly study this formation, Jianshan said helplessly. Ruijin and the others were helpless against the formation before them. 3 steps to the left, 9 steps to the right, 5 steps to the left, 2 steps to the back, 4 steps to the right. Suddenly, a command rang out in Jianqin's head. Ziying, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. Ziqing, is this the way to enter the formation? Jianqin asked in surprise and joy. Master, this is one of the many ways to enter this formation. This formation is extraordinary, but it's not the best. It's not difficult for us, Ziying said. Master, Qing Suo and Ziying know quite a lot. Although we're only sword spirits, we've lived for a very long time after all. We can see the life gate of most formations. However, not all of these formations have a life gate. There are many killing formations that belong to the category of death formations. Apart from forcefully breaking through them, there is no life gate at all. If Master encounters such a formation, we will be powerless. Qing Suo's light voice sounded. She was rather pleased with herself. Jianqin followed Ziying's instructions and made his way to the second layer of formations. Finally, he entered the second zone without any obstructions. Ruijin and the others did not return to the artifact space either. They entered the second zone with Jianqin. The white tiger remained outside as well. It had shrunk to the size of a cat and sat quietly on Jianqin's shoulder. Its bright eyes flickered as it looked around curiously. However, most of its gaze remained on the formations. It would growl from time to time as if it was exasperated. It was very unhappy. The white tiger was clearly still brooding over its failure to pass through the formations. The second zone was very safe. There was not a single vicious beast there. Jianqin had become even closer to the spirit sea after arriving there. He could now clearly see the gushing lake a few kilometers away. Master, you need to attack the 18 points of the formation in order to enter. The 18 points need to be destroyed at the same time, and then a gate will appear. The gate will close very quickly, so you need to enter as quickly as possible. Ziying saw through the mysteries of the formation very quickly and passed on the method to Jianqin. That's simple. I can definitely send out 18 strands of sword qi in a single moment, said Jianqin. He was skilled with the sword, so this was not a problem for him. Master, it's impossible for you to destroy the points of the formation with your strength. You need an attack at the level of the Holy Emperor, continued Ziying. What? An attack at the level of the Holy Emperor is needed to destroy the points of the formation? Jianqin was surprised. He had never seen such a powerful formation before. Only the Holy Emperor could enter. Master, according to my observations, the power of the formation doesn't seem to be completely unleashed. Otherwise, the 18 points of the formation would become even more powerful. Probably even an expert at the level of the Holy Emperor wouldn't be able to destroy it. The power of the formation has already surpassed this world. It shouldn't have appeared here, said Qing Suo. Was this formation cast down by an Origin Realm expert? Jianqin was secretly surprised. He immediately thought of Poseidon. Afterward, Jianqin told Ruijin, Heiyu, and Ziying how to destroy the formation. He could only rely on them to deal with the attacks of an expert as powerful as the Holy Emperor. I'm heavily weakened right now, so I can't use the full power of the scorching Godfire hairpin. I can't destroy the points of the formation, Honglian said emotionlessly. I have many secret techniques that can allow me to send out 18 attacks at the same time, but I can only use the Sacred Dragon's sword if I want them to reach the level of the Holy Emperor. However, I can't do it all at the same time, Ruijin frowned. Heiyu was silent for a moment before saying, If it's at the same time, then I can only attack 4 times. I can attack 6 times, so there are still 8 points left. Ruijin stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the formation sternly. At this moment, Jianqin came up with an idea. He immediately took out the divine water of the world that he had just obtained from his space ring and passed it to Honglian. He said, Senior Honglian, The divine water of the world can recover your strength. Ingest it right now. Once Senior Honglian recovers her strength, we'll have a greater chance of destroying this formation. Honglian accepted the divine water of the world and glanced at Jianchen doubtfully. She took a small sip, but in the next moment, undisguised joy filled her face. She said, "This really can recover my strength. It can cure the aftereffects of my scorching divine phoenix clan's rebirth from flames. However, there's just too little of it. It's not enough for me to recover to my peak condition. It should be around the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, so I'll probably only be able to destroy 3 points of the formation." Jianchen frowned slightly. He still had a portion of the divine water of the world on him. He had spent a large amount of crystal coins to purchase it from the auction house in the Sea Realm. However, he had originally prepared it for the Azulite swords, and there was even less of it. Even if he gave it to Honglian, it probably would not have any effects. It would not be enough to increase her strength to a whole new level. Chapter 1133. Then Honglian, hurry up and recover your strength. Blackfish and I will use this time to channel energy into the Thunderstones, Ruijin said before sitting down on the ground with Blackfish. He began to channel energy into the Thunderstones. Honglian drank all the divine water of the world in one gulp before sitting down in the distance. Immediately, scarlet flames erupted from her body, enveloping her entire body. The temperature of the surroundings began to rapidly rise. The flames around Honglian burned more and more fiercely, and the temperature increased as well. The presence she gave off constantly climbed as well. Her strength was rapidly recovering. Jianchen sat down in an empty spot far away from Honglian, and then he pulled out the great divination technique from his space ring to continue comprehending it. Jianchen coveted the great divination technique's ability to foresee the future and understand the world. He had wanted to grasp this secret technique for a long time, but it was extremely difficult to grasp, so he was still stuck at the door even now. Jianchen entered the state very soon. He completely immersed himself in comprehending the wondrous state of the great divination technique. At that moment, he forgot about himself, forgot about time, forgot about everything. His consciousness entered a muddle-headed state, half awake yet half awake. Vaguely, Jianchen's consciousness seemed to have arrived in a vast universe. He stood in the cold and dark starry sky. Stars filled the sky in all directions, silently moving in a profound trajectory. Vaguely, Jianchen seemed to have witnessed the birth of the world and the chaotic era when everything was formed. He saw laws slowly taking shape, covering the entire universe. At that moment, Jianchen felt like he understood something, but it was hazy, like a dream yet not a dream, like reality yet not. He wanted to grasp it, but he was unable to do so. Jianchen was unable to sense the flow of time at all. He remained in that state for who knows how long. Finally, a call rang out from the depths of his soul, startling Jianchen awake. He immediately exited that state. "Master, Ruijin and the other two have finished their preparations." It was the artifact spirit's voice. Jianchen had warned the artifact spirit to wake him up as soon as something happened. Jianchen silently put away the great divination technique. He knew that it was extremely difficult to comprehend the great divination technique. It was definitely not easy to grasp it. On the other side, Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian stood side by side. They stared at Jianchen calmly. Beside their feet was a pile of quaking thunders that were the size of fists. Violent and unstable ripples of energy radiated from them, disturbing the energy of the world in the region. Jianchen stood up. After a conversation, he learned that he had actually sat there for a month. Jianchen sighed inside. Cultivation really was endless. Honglian's strength had recovered to the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor after consuming the divine water of the world. Her battle prowess had increased by quite a lot. Afterward, Jianchen told Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu the locations of the 18 cores he had learned from the sword spirit. He gave 13 of them to Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu. Afterward, he carefully left behind a mental imprint on the quaking thunders. This was the fuse to activate the quaking thunders. Everyone finished their preparations very soon. Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian all took out origin energy weapons. Afterward, under Jianshan's orders, the three of them bombarded the cores as hard as they could. They unleashed several attacks that were as powerful as the Holy Emperor's attacks at the same time. At the same time, the quaking thunders flew out as streaks of light under Jianshan's control. Close to 30 quaking thunders flew toward the remaining 5 cores in groups under Jianshan's arrangement. They then exploded with deafening booms. Every group was as powerful as the Holy Emperor's attacks, destroying the 5 cores at the same time. Under the combined efforts of Jianshan, Ruijin, and Heiyu, the 18 cores were finally destroyed at the same time. The formation space of the first floor began to fluctuate in an extremely unstable manner. Gradually, a meter-wide tunnel appeared. It was very unstable. Jianshan's eyes narrowed. Without any hesitation, he immediately flew toward the tunnel with Ruijin, Honglian, and Heiyu as quickly as they could. The white tiger sat on Jianshan's shoulder as it grabbed a strand of Jianshan's hair with its tiny claws. The tunnel only lasted for a very short period of time, closing up in just a few seconds. The violently fluctuating formation returned to normal very soon. Jianshan and the others had successfully passed through the formation and entered the first zone. This formation is far too powerful. Even this can't destroy it. Blackfish could not help but sigh as he stood behind the first layer of formation. Jianshan stared at the constantly gushing lake in front of him as his eyes burned with desire. After so many twists and turns, he had finally found the spirit sea that gave birth to the divine water of the world. At that moment, whether it was the problem of Honglian recovering her strength or the difficulty of the flame mercenaries reaching sainthood, they were all easily resolved. They were no longer a problem. Jianshan slowly made his way toward the spirit sea with excitement. As he approached, a thick fragrance assailed his nostrils. Many special plants and strange flowers grew around the lake. They were very extraordinary, and the smell they gave off had the effect of calming people and calming them down. It was effective even for experts at Jianshan's level. A pillar of water shot into the air from the center of the lake. The water here was extremely pure and filled with a certain spirituality, clearly different from regular lake water. There were also thumb-sized droplets of divine water of the world mixed in with the lake water. Although the divine water mixed with the lake water, the two were completely incompatible. A portion of the divine water of heaven and earth that was sprayed out along with the fountain floated up and down on the surface of the lake, then fell back into the lake and sank to the bottom. Only a very small portion floated out of the lake and mysteriously disappeared without a trace. This was where the divine water of the world was born. All of the divine water in the divine realm came from here. Jianshan jumped into the lake with a plop and swam straight to the center of the lake. He turned a blind eye to the small portion of divine water that had sunk to the bottom of the lake. Not long after, Jianshan arrived at the center of the lake. He saw a small pit with a diameter of about 1 meter. The inside of the pit was filled with the divine water of the world. There was a lot of it, at least 50 kilograms. Compared to the thumb-sized lump of divine water that Jianshan had painstakingly obtained before, this was simply an ant compared to an elephant. The divine water that had been sprayed out by the fountain and sunk to the bottom of the lake was gathering in this small pit from all directions. This place was like a nest for the divine water of the world. It was able to invisibly absorb the divine water that was scattered in the surroundings. Jianshan could not help but gulp down a large mouthful of the divine water of the world. Immediately, an extremely wonderful feeling invaded his soul. At that moment, Jianshan felt like his soul was being refined. An indescribably beautiful feeling of pleasure filled his entire body. He felt like he was floating. The effects of the divine water of the world were extremely wondrous and powerful. Although it was nowhere near as effective to holy emperors as saint rulers, it was still beneficial to holy emperors. It was just a matter of quantity. The divine water that Jianchen drank in a single gulp was equivalent to the amount produced in the sea realm over several thousand years, or even 10,000 years. After quite a while, Jianchen finally emerged from the wonderful state. He did not feel like his strength had increased at all, but his soul had clearly become more condensed. Although the divine water of the world was not very effective to experts who had reached a certain level of strength, it was still an excellent beverage. Jianchen hurriedly took out a large gourd from his space ring and began to collect the divine water of the world. A suction force appeared from the gourd. The divine water of the world began to be sucked into the gourd endlessly. Jianchen only stopped after collecting several hundred kilograms of the divine water of the world. By then, the divine water of the world had already reached the bottom of the pit. There was not much left. Jianchen sealed the gourd and weighed it in his hand. Only then did he leave in satisfaction, returning to the shore. Ruijin, Blackfish, and Honglian stood by the lake quietly as they stared at Jianchen. The three of them did not enter the water. The divine water of the world was wondrous, but it was useless to them. Only Honglian was more effective. Jianchen, give me 50 kilograms of the divine water of the world. It's very useful to me, Honglian requested as soon as Jianchen arrived before the three of them with the gourd. Without saying anything else, Jianchen immediately pulled out a palm-sized jade bottle from his space ring. He generously gave 50 kilograms to Honglian. The gourd contained over 400 kilograms of the divine water of the world. Even if he gave 100 kilograms to Honglian, the remaining several hundred kilograms would be enough for the flame mercenaries to last for at least 100,000 years. It would ensure that the peak experts of the flame mercenaries would not decline. Even with Honglian's mental fortitude, she could not help but become slightly excited after receiving 50 kilograms of the divine water of the world. She said, "Let me go to the artifact space. I want to recover my strength as soon as possible. It just so happens that I want to explore the artifact space as well. I want to see that group of elites." Jianchen immediately took out the Saint artifact and entered the artifact space with Honglian. Ruijin and Blackfish stood guard outside, protecting the artifact. Within the artifact space, Jianchen appeared in a majestic hall. He walked up to the throne without any hesitation and sat down without a care in the world. Honglian, on the other hand, directly went to where she cultivated. She planned on consuming the divine water of the world to recover her peak strength. Is the artifact spirit present? Jianchen sat on the throne and asked the empty hall. The artifact spirit appeared beside Jianchen and asked politely, "I am present. What orders do you have for me, Master?" Chapter 1134. Yes, Master. The artifact spirit replied politely. With a wave of his hand, winds immediately surged in the artifact space. Powerful energy rippled through the entire artifact space, alarming all the magical beasts there. This was the power of the artifact space itself. The artifact spirit was the artifact spirit of the artifact space. He was like a god in here, able to control everything as he pleased. In various places within the artifact space, there were a few bare-chested burly men in animal hide. They were scattered everywhere as they fought against the native magical beasts. They were either moving alone or in groups of 3 to 5. These people were all iron-blooded warriors who had undergone the baptism of blood and the test of life and death. Every single one of them radiated with an abnormally valiant presence, as well as a heavy smell of blood. This was because all of them had stepped over the corpses of countless magical beasts to reach this point, and all of them possessed powerful battle skills. Their battle prowess was so great that very few people could compare to them. At this moment, the winds and clouds surged in the surroundings. A mysterious and tremendous energy filled the sky, sweeping up all the people scattered in the artifact space and disappearing. Jianchen sat on a throne in the majestic hall at the very center of the artifact space. Below him, several dozen burly men who radiated with the smell of blood suddenly appeared. "Greetings, Captain." The several dozen people in the hall all knelt down and let out thunderous cries. They were not surprised by their sudden appearance at all. This was not the first time they had experienced something like this in the past few years. Jianchen could not help but smile faintly as he looked at the people who radiated with valiant presences and high morale. He said gently, "Rise, everyone." "Yes, Captain." The several dozen people shouted in unison. Their voices surged as they stood up at the same time. They all looked at the young man who was looking down on them from the throne with either excitement or calmness. Jianchen slowly glanced past these people and said, "Not bad, not bad. Your strength has increased extremely quickly in the past few years. You haven't let me down. Kyle, report the exact situation of your group." "Yes, Captain," Kyle politely replied at the very front. He then paused slightly to organize his thoughts before continuing. "Captain, our group currently has 66 people. With the dual assistance of heavenly resources and large amounts of monster cores, all of us have reached Heaven Saint Master. 12 of us have reached the 6th cycle." "Not bad, not bad." Jianchen was extremely satisfied. The cultivation speed of the several dozen people of the Flame Mercenaries was extremely fast. In just a few decades, they had all broken through from Saint Master to Great Saint Master to Heaven Saint Master. This was a speed that very few people on the Tianyuan continent could match. However, this was all because Jianchen had spent a large amount of resources on them. He had provided them with various levels of cultivation, monster cores, money, heavenly resources, and high-level cultivation methods. It could be said that the treatment they received was comparable to the treatment of the direct descendants of large organizations and clans. This was why they had achieved their current glory with such a powerful backing. Afterward, Jianchen took out the serpent dragon's blood he had obtained from the mountain range from his space ring. He said, "This is the blood of a serpent dragon that has reached the 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Kyle, take this blood and soak it in a few buckets for everyone to soak in. Your body will become even tougher." "Yes, Captain." Kyle was overjoyed. He knew extremely well just how precious the blood was, so he immediately stowed it away carefully before leaving with the others. Before long, Kyle returned with a few large buckets made from felled trees. He then poured the blood into the buckets and had the several dozen people enter the buckets one by one. The serpent dragon's blood hid a violent energy and a portion of the essence of the serpent dragon. This energy and essence was obviously nothing to an expert like Jianchen, but it was extremely powerful to the Heaven Saint Masters of the Flame Mercenaries. The men who were soaking in the blood immediately felt intense pain all over their bodies. It was so painful that beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. However, all of them gritted their teeth and endured the pain. They did not make a single sound. Jianchen did not wait for them to soak in the blood. He left behind a large piece of meat and some divine water of the world for Kyle before leaving the artifact space. With the help of the divine water of the world, Jianchen no longer had to worry about them being unable to reach sainthood. He could already imagine that the Flame Mercenaries would have several dozen saint rulers in the near future. This was the power of the Flame Mercenaries. They were experts that he had raised single-handedly, so he did not have to worry about their loyalty at all. They were completely different from the saint rulers who had joined him from the outside. Jianchen returned to the shore of the Spirit Sea. After stowing away the saint artifact, he constantly glanced around and asked, "Ziying, Qing Suo, how do we leave this place?" "Master, this place has been set up by someone in the past. There are 2 teleportation formations hidden here. One of them seems to be for the divine water of the Spirit Sea, while the other is for the people who enter this place. As long as you fly to a height of over 100 meters, you'll be teleported out by the spatial energy here. However, before you leave, Master should take some of the water from the spirit sea and the spiritual mud from the bottom of the lake with you. These things are not ordinary and are filled with spirituality. Although they can't be used to forge the azulite swords, they can strengthen the weapons of the four people by quite a bit, Ziying said. Jianchen became slightly stunned when he heard that. He basically doubted that he had misheard. He asked, Ziying, you're actually thinking for others. This is unprecedented. Just who are the four of them for you to notice them? Ziying remained silent for a while before replying, Master, there are some things that we can't tell you too early. You'll naturally know in the future. Jianchen no longer bothered the sword spirits with questions. He knew that the sword spirits were thinking for him. Afterward, Jianchen took out a large gourd and filled it with the water from the spirit sea and the spiritual mud from the bottom of the lake. He then flew to a height of 100 meters with Ruijin and Blackfish, activating the teleportation formation hidden there. The three of them all disappeared. When Jianchen, Ruijin, and Blackfish reappeared, they had already returned to the depths of the divine realm. The three of them had been randomly teleported here. After obtaining the divine water of the world, there was nothing else in the divine realm that Jianchen wanted. He immediately flew outside while the White Tiger, Ruijin, and Blackfish all returned to the artifact space. Chapter 1135. Jianchen left the divine realm and returned to Divine City 100 kilometers away. Almost as soon as he set foot in the city, he heard many people discussing young Master Lan Mo's death in the divine realm. Although young Master Lan Mo had already been dead for over a month, the news of his death had only just reached the city. As a result, it led to a great uproar. Basically, everyone in the city was discussing it. The Lanshan clan did not react too much to young Master Lan Mo's death. The entire clan was shrouded in heavy sorrow as they held a solemn funeral for young Master Lan Mo. The experts of the 100-footed clan had only emerged from the divine realm a few days ago. When they passed by the Lanshan clan, they told the patriarch of the Lanshan clan a few things that had happened in the divine realm. They told the patriarch of the Lanshan clan that his son had died to the hands of an extremely powerful 16th star expert, so the patriarch could not even think about avenging his son. After leaving the divine realm, the senses of Jianchen's soul were finally no longer suppressed. He immediately enveloped the entire city with his senses, but he did not find Zhou Chuyun and the others. He had no idea if they had left silently or if they had yet to emerge from the divine realm. At this moment Jianchen's face changed. He withdrew the senses of his soul and murmured, "They really are here." With that, Jianchen directly flew into the city. In the end, he landed outside a luxurious inn. At the same time, 4 tightly shut windows in the inn suddenly opened. 4 old men flew out of the room and hovered before Jianchen. "Yang Yutian, it was our mistake this time. We failed to enter the second zone of the formation, but the 4 of us will try again in 100 years. I hope you can come with us," Ada said calmly. He was not surprised by Jianchen's appearance. Jianchen shook his head and gently smiled. "I might not go with you next time because there's nothing I need there for now. I've actually come to give you something." With that, Jianchen pulled out a huge gourd from his space ring and tossed it to Ada. Ada caught the gourd and glanced at Jianchen in doubt. He was filled with curiosity and doubt. He had no idea what was in Jianchen's gourd. However, when Ada opened the gourd and discovered what was inside, he immediately trembled violently. Disbelief filled his face as he involuntarily cried out, This is Yang Yutian. Why, you've actually entered that place." The other 3 became extremely curious when they saw how Ada had paled in fright. They all snatched the gourd from Ada's hands to take a look, and all of them were filled with disbelief. The 4 of them had originally believed that Jianchen had used a secret technique to escape like them, but they had never thought that Jianchen would be able to enter the first zone even when he was surrounded by so many beasts. The 4 of them were extremely shocked by this. "Are these things you need?" Jianchen crossed his arms as he stared at the four of them with a faint smile. The four of them all sucked in a deep breath and calmed down very quickly. One of them said, "That's right. These 2 items are very useful to us, and they're also why we went there. Yang Yutian, the 4 of us owe you a favor this time." Jianchen chatted with the 4 of them for a while before leaving the city. Before long, he returned to the Turtle Clan and learned about the current situation. "Ruler, our Turtle Clan has become much stronger with Senior Qing Yishuan watching over us. We've tried to take over the remaining crystal mines that have been taken over by other organizations a few times, but we've never succeeded because the remaining organizations have all banded together. They even have connections with the Tao family. As soon as we move out, they'll gather the experts of several other clans to stop us, so we can't do anything," a Saint Ruler elder of the Turtle Clan said as he knelt on one knee. He was filled with grievance and helplessness. Jianchen frowned slightly. The Tao family really doesn't know what's good for them. Looks like they've made up their minds to oppose us. "Ruler, please preside over the situation and spread the name of our Turtle Clan," the elder politely replied. Jianchen said after a moment of thought, "Let them enjoy themselves for now. I have even more important matters to deal with right now, so I can't waste any more time, just in case I mess up the important matters. When I return next time, it'll be the day I destroy the Tao family." Jianchen really was rather anxious right now. He did not know when the saint's fruit would ripen, so he needed to hurry over as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would lose the initiative. This was because he had already learned from Poseidon that every time the saint's fruit appeared, it would lead to a fierce struggle. At that time, probably all the protector clans would take part. This was because this was the only way to become a holy emperor. No one would give up so easily. It was a fatal temptation to all of them. "Jianchen, if we don't move against the Tao family now, it'll be even more difficult to deal with them in the future. I've received news not long ago that the Tao family is currently discussing a marriage with another Peak clan. Once the marriage succeeds, dealing with them will be extremely difficult." Qing Yishuan walked in from outside as she stared at Jianchen closely. "It's fine. Let them have the marriage. Even if the marriage succeeds, it won't change anything," Jianchen said leisurely as if he was confident. Qing Yishuan frowned slightly, as if she did not like Jianchen's arrogance. She said, "The Tao family is an organization under His Majesty, Poseidon. I know your status in His Majesty is rather special, but if you want to deal with the Tao family, His Majesty won't provide you with any assistance. I know you're very powerful, but the Tao family is even more powerful. They're no weaker than you, so I really don't know where your confidence comes from." Jianchen smiled. He sat on the throne and looked down at Qing Yishuan. He said, "Qing Yishuan, there's no need for you to worry about this. I have my own plans." Qing Yishuan could not stand Jianchen's condescending attitude. She snorted coldly and turned around to leave. At the same time, she coldly said, "There's something I need to remind you. You're not the only one with a divine hall. The Tao family has one as well." "A divine hall?" Jianchen murmured. A gleam of light flickered through his eyes as he gently sighed inside. Afterward, he allowed the kneeling elder to leave. He took out the saint artifact and let out Xie Wang, who had always been cultivating in the artifact's space. Afterward, he passed a portion of the divine water of the world to him and said, "Xie Wang, this is what we agreed on back then. Take it. From today onwards, you've regained your freedom. I will no longer restrict you." Xie Wang was straightforward. He accepted the divine water without any hesitation and said, "Although the cultivation method of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands can allow me to break through to the 15th star, it'll take me quite a long time. It'll be different with this divine water of the world. It can shorten the time I need to reach the 15th star. Jianchen, I owe you a great favor for giving me the cultivation method of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands. Once I become stronger, I will repay you several times over." Chapter 1136. Only Jianchen sat on the throne alone in the majestic hall. The entire hall was silent. Jianchen lazily sat on the throne. With a flip of his hand, a simple book appeared in his hand. It was covered in the marks of time, so it had clearly existed for quite some time already. The cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. It's a pity that only the people of the sea race can practice it, or my flame mercenaries would have gained another peak-level cultivation method. Jianchen mumbled to himself as he stared at the cultivation method in his hand. His voice was filled with regret. Emperor of the Eight Wastelands, I've obtained your divine hall, but I've also found a successor for you, so your cultivation method has not been lost. This can be considered a form of compensation for you, Jianchen murmured to himself. He did not let Xie Wang take away the cultivation method of the Eight Wastelands, but he believed that Xie Wang had already memorized the contents. The cultivation methods of the Sea Realm were not suitable for humans and magical beasts. He had obtained a heaven-level battle saint technique that was equivalent to a saint-tier battle skill on the Tianyuan continent and the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. Newbies had taken the heaven-level battle saint technique and wanted to change it into a battle skill suitable for himself. He was still working on it even now. Jianchen could only give the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands to Xie Wang. Only the people of the sea race could practice the cultivation method, and he knew very few people in the sea realm. Xie Wang was without a doubt the best choice. It's a pity that due to the limitations of the turtle race, the cultivation method most suitable for them is one that strengthens the body. They have a cultivation method more suitable for themselves, so the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands is not suitable for them, Jianchen murmured to himself. He did not want a cultivation method left behind by the Holy Emperor to be buried like this. He wanted to find even more outstanding successors for the cultivation method. Clearly, Xie Wang alone was not enough. Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes lit up. He abruptly stood up from his throne and said, I might be able to find a suitable person. Men. Jianchen immediately called over an elder of the Turtle Clan. After learning a few things from him, he left the Turtle Clan. There was a large tribe several 100,000 kilometers away from the Turtle Clan. There were several 100,000 people in the tribe, and it was rumored that there was even a 15th star expert present. His presence shook the surrounding several tens of thousand kilometers. He was the ruler of this small region. The tribe was called the Kaler tribe. Legend had it that it was named after the expert who had founded the tribe. The surname Kai was the royal family of the tribe. Outside the majestic entrance of the Kaler tribe, a few Earth Saint Masters stood with their backs straight under the lead of a Heaven Saint Master. They silently watched over the entrance. At this moment there was a flash of light and a figure shot over from the distance with extreme speed. In just a few seconds, he arrived before the entrance of the Kaler tribe. He moved so quickly that the guards were unable to react in time. He seemed to be in his 20s. He wore blue robes and was extremely handsome. The young man concealed his presence, so he did not give off any at all. He seemed more like an ordinary person. The guards of the Kaler tribe were all surprised. Although the young man did not radiate with any presence, just his unparalleled speed was not something that a regular expert could achieve. Esteemed warrior, the captain of the second group of the Kaler tribe, Xia Ku, wishes to express his most sincere respect. May I ask how I can be of service to you? The Heaven Saint Master arrived before Jianchen with his head lowered and asked politely, Is Kea a member of your tribe? The young man asked nonchalantly. Esteemed warrior, Kea is the young miss of our Kaler tribe. The captain of the second group, Xia Ku, replied softly. I want to see your young miss. Go send a message, said the young man. Xia Ku became slightly troubled when he heard that. He carefully asked, May I ask for your name? I'll go report it. The ruler of the Turtle Clan, replied the young man. He was Jianchen, who had hurried over from the Turtle Clan. What? You're the ruler of the Turtle Clan. Xiaoku paled in fright. He stared at Jianchen in disbelief. Recently, the Turtle Clan had become extremely famous in the territory of the Poseidon Hall. It was rumored that an impressive ruler had appeared in the Turtle Clan. He had first subdued the Taihong clan before making the 3 disciplinary elders of the Heavens Spirit Hall submit to him. This allowed the Turtle Clan's strength to skyrocket and allow them to return to their former glory. At the same time, the experts of the Turtle Clan had been fighting everywhere in the past few years, subduing many crystal mines with their supreme strength. In the end, they forced many large clans and organizations to work together with the Tao family, one of the most powerful organizations in the Poseidon Hall. They stood up to the Turtle Clan, shaking up the entire territory of the Poseidon Hall. Although very few people in the Sea Realm had seen the mysterious ruler of the Turtle Clan, he had become a mysterious expert that had shaken up the entire Sea Realm. Xiaoku refused to believe that the ordinary-looking young man before him was actually the mysterious ruler of the Turtle Clan of Legends. "Ruler D, please wait a moment. I'll report it immediately," Xiaoku hurriedly replied. Xiaoku came back to his senses and said in a trembling voice. Then, he immediately ran inside as fast as he could. Jianchen did not force his way in. Instead, he stood there quietly and waited. Otherwise, he would probably cause quite a commotion in the Kaler tribe. At this moment, Kea sat across from a middle-aged man with a resolute face in an extremely luxurious room in the Kaler tribe. They spoke with confidence. The middle-aged man was Kea's father, as well as the current patriarch of the Kaler tribe. He possessed a great status. At this moment, an old man hurriedly ran in and hurriedly said, "Patriarch, someone just reported that the ruler of the Turtle Clan has come to our tribe. He's at the entrance right now." "What? The ruler of the Turtle Clan? Elder Zhou, are you sure you didn't mishear?" The patriarch of the Kaler tribe immediately stood up. His face was filled with shock. He had heard a lot about the mysterious ruler of the Turtle Clan that had appeared recently. Someone reported it. "Patriarch, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. Let's hurry up and take a look." "If it's true," Elder Zhou hurriedly said. He was afraid that he would offend the ruler of the Turtle Clan if he wasted too much time. "Why has the ruler of the Turtle Clan come to our Kaler tribe?" The patriarch was filled with doubt as he quickly made his way out. The patriarch hurriedly arrived at the entrance of the tribe with a large group of elders. He saw Jianchen standing there from afar. Kea, who followed beside the patriarch, immediately trembled. Shock filled her eyes as she subconsciously cried out, "Warrior, it's actually you. Kea, do you know this person? Is he really the ruler of the Turtle Clan?" The patriarch asked through a communication technique. Kea remained silent because even she did not know Jianchen's true identity. At this moment, the people of the Kaler tribe had arrived before Jianchen. All of them curiously studied Jianchen, but Jianchen had concealed his presence, so none of them could see through Jianchen's strength. The patriarch immediately clasped his hands and said, "I am the patriarch of the Kaler tribe. May I ask for your name?" "I am the ruler of the Turtle Clan, Jianchen." "Patriarch, I've actually come this time mainly to find Miss Kea," said Jianchen. Before anyone could say anything else, he waved his hand and a mysterious power immediately wrapped around Kea. He then flew away with Kea. The sudden change stunned all of them. None of them had thought that Jianchen would take Kea away in such a straightforward manner. However, Jianchen was just too fast. They could not catch up even if they wanted to. "Is he really the ruler of the Turtle Clan? Why did he take Kea away?" The patriarch roared out. His face was filled with deep worry. An old man pondered for a while before walking over from behind. He said, "Patriarch, I know this person. When the young lady and I were ambushed in Gas City, it was this person who assisted us, allowing us to return alive. He probably won't do anything to harm the young lady." Jianchen stood with his hands behind his back on a sword-shaped mountain 1,000 kilometers away from the Kaler clan. He gazed at the ground in the distance. Behind him, Kaya's blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her hair was blown messily by the wind as she stared at Jianshan's back with a pair of bright and somewhat wise eyes. "Warrior, I never thought that you would actually be the renowned ruler of the Turtle Clan," Kaya said with some bitterness. She deeply understood what this identity represented, but she had never thought that Jianshan's origins would be so great. Jianshan had nothing to say to Kaya when they met again. They had only met by chance. Jianshan turned around and a book appeared in his hand. He said to Kaya, "Miss Kaya, this is the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. It's a pity that it's not suitable for people of the Turtle Clan, and I don't know a lot of people in the Sea Realm. You're one of them, so I want to give this cultivation method to you. Are you willing to learn it? You've come to find me this time just to give me this cultivation method?" Kaya was extraordinarily calm. She did not become surprised by the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. Jianshan nodded and said nothing more. Kaya slowly extended her hand and accepted the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands from Jianshan. She gently said, "Thank you, ruler of the Turtle Clan. There's no need to thank me because this cultivation method is useless to me. It's better to give it to someone who needs it more. Kaya, I hope that I can see a second Emperor of the Eight Wastelands in the future," Jianshan calmly replied. Afterwards, he turned into a streak of light and shot off into the distance, vanishing in a single instant. Kaya held the cultivation method of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands in her right hand as she stared in the direction that Jianshan had disappeared in. Only quite a while later did she put the cultivation method away and leave, returning to the Kaler tribe. Chapter 1137. Kaya's sudden seclusion made her father, the patriarch of the Kaler tribe, extremely curious. He had no idea what had happened after the self-proclaimed ruler of the Turtle Clan had left with Kaya, to the point where Kaya, who rarely entered seclusion, would suddenly enter an extended period of seclusion. Afterward, the patriarch of the Kaler tribe immediately sent a few elders to the Turtle Clan several 100,000 kilometers away. He wanted to verify whether Jianshan's identity as the ruler of the Turtle Clan was real or not. Around 10 days later, the elders who had gone to the Turtle Clan all returned. They had verified Jianshan's identity as the ruler of the Turtle Clan, which allowed the patriarch of the Kaler tribe to let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he became even more confused. He constantly wondered why the great ruler of the Turtle Clan had suddenly come to find his daughter, and what had happened when his daughter had been taken away by the ruler. Why had she entered an extended period of seclusion as soon as she returned? The news of the ruler of the Turtle Clan personally visiting the Kaler tribe spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of many large clans and organizations in the surroundings. It immediately caused a small storm among them. The status of the Turtle Clan in the Sea Realm had skyrocketed. Although it was no longer as glorious as before, it had truly become one of the most powerful organizations in the Sea Realm. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless people. The mysterious ruler of the Turtle Clan possessed unfathomable abilities in the eyes of a few large clans and organizations. A few well-informed clans and organizations had already learned that the ruler of the Turtle Clan had once faced off against the serpent god Hall alone, forcing several Hall elders to become helpless before him. Afterward, he had gone to the Heaven's Spirit Hall and forced them to compromise before even fighting. In the end, he had made the 3 disciplinary elders of the Heaven's Spirit Hall submit to him. This had left all of them dumbfounded. Now that they had heard that the ruler of the Turtle Clan had personally visited the Kaler tribe, many of the organizations in the surroundings began to guess. They all tried to find out just how the ruler of the Turtle Clan was related to the Kaler tribe. However, after this matter, the status of the Kaler tribe in Poseidon's territory had unknowingly increased. Afterward, Jianshan summoned the sea goddess. With Poseidon's assistance, he found Huang Luan, who was cultivating in a hidden place. From Poseidon, Jianshan learned that the secret technique in Huang Luan's head had been removed by the Hall Master of Poseidon's Hall. This allowed Jianchen to let out a sigh of relief. Now, Huang Luan no longer cultivated the sunflower aqua heavenly scripture. Instead, she cultivated a cultivation technique from the sea god. This cultivation technique was of a higher level than the sunflower aqua heavenly scripture. It was more suitable for her water spirit body. Jianchen stared at the beautiful figure seated on the ground from afar. He did not disturb Huang Luan's cultivation. Instead, he stood there for an entire hour before silently leaving. In the clear sky, the scorching light from the scorching sun illuminated the world. It roasted the ground like a steamer as waves of heat rose up. The surface of the ocean was as calm as a mirror in the azure ocean, forming a line with the surroundings. At this moment, the calm surface of the ocean was disrupted. Ripples suddenly appeared and quickly spread out in all directions. Gradually, more and more ripples appeared, forming a fountain very soon. It shot out huge splashes several meters tall, as if something was floating up from below. In the end, with a great splash, a huge pillar of water shot into the sky. A figure shot out from the depths of the ocean. He moved extremely quickly, reaching several thousand meters in the blink of an eye and becoming the size of an ant. Jianchen floated above the ocean. With a flip of his hand, a thumb-sized pure white jade appeared in his hand. With a light clench, he crushed the jade. After several breaths of time, the space in front of Jianchen began to violently fluctuate. In the end, the space actually shattered like a mirror. And in the shattered space, a burly little giant emitting golden light quietly appeared. The golden light emitted from his body seemed to contain a mysterious power. It actually caused the shattered space to not heal for a long time. Moreover, there were chaotic spatial turbulences wreaking havoc in that shattered space. If anyone else were to fall into such a situation, they would definitely suffer quite a bit of damage. However, this figure stood in the storm as if nothing had happened. The golden light on his body supported another world, preventing the chaotic spatial turbulence from getting close to him. At this moment, the golden figure took a step and left the shattered space. The golden light from his body began to recede. Without the obstruction of the golden light, the shattered space finally began to heal slowly. Jianchen, you've finally emerged from the sea realm. You've been gone for 2 months. If you still didn't come out, I would have come to the sea realm to find you personally. The burly little giant stepped through the air and laughed loudly at Jianchen. He was Tai Ta. Although Tai Ta had not comprehended the mysteries of the world, as a warring god, the secret techniques he grasped were powerful and wondrous. They were not something the mysteries of the world could compare to. They were not the mysteries of the world, but they were even more powerful. Tai Ta, I haven't seen you in a while. You've become more and more powerful. Jianchen studied Tai Ta as he sighed emotionally inside. Tai Ta's natural advantage was just too great. He had received the teachings of the world and was blessed by the heavens. He could grasp so many wondrous and powerful secret techniques without going through any systematic learning, and he could use them with great familiarity. Who knew how many people would be jealous of him? Tai Ta smiled honestly and scratched his head. He felt rather complacent, confused, and innocent. He said, Jianchen, stop praising me. I may have become a lot stronger, but I still feel like I can't beat you. Back when we were at the Kargath Academy, the difference in strength wasn't so great. Why is it that no matter how strong I become, I can't surpass you? Jianchen smiled with that. He said, Tai Ta, let's go to the death nest first. We've already wasted 2 months. We can't waste any more time. Jianchen invited Blackfish out of the artifact space. He asked Blackfish to rip open a space gate before leaving with Tai Ta. The heavenly enchantress sat on a huge rock beside a cliff in a white dress on 3 Saint Mountain. Her beauty was unmatched. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she was even more beautiful than a goddess. She seemed like an otherworldly goddess. The simple zither of the demonic cry was placed on her knees. As her slender fingers slowly plucked the strings, a beautiful melody rang out. It was as pleasant as music, able to enchant people and make them unable to extricate themselves from it. The strings of the zither of the demonic cry slowly trembled. The beautiful melody lacked joy and emptiness, becoming rather sorrowful and heavy. The heavenly enchantress frowned slightly. The veil covering her face had been removed, revealing her indescribably beautiful face. However, her face was filled with worry and helplessness. Chapter 1138. The chubby little boy's entire body was sprawled on the boulder. His feet were stepping on a slightly protruding part of the boulder, and his body was more than 10 meters above the ground. It was hard to imagine how such a small child could stand on his own. It was very difficult for him to imagine how hard it was for him to climb up so high. At this moment, the boy's foot slipped and he immediately fell off the rock. He clearly leapt in fright and subconsciously cried out, "Mother!" Before the little boy could finish his sentence, a white figure appeared beside the little boy as if it had teleported. It reached out and held the little boy in its arms, saving the little boy from danger. The white figure that had suddenly appeared was the heavenly enchantress, who sat on the rock and played her zither. However, the zither of the demonic cry that never left her bosom had disappeared. It had been replaced by the chubby boy. The heavenly enchantress held the boy in her arms. Her gaze toward the boy was filled with mixed feelings, as well as unconcealable affection. "Xiaobao, you're being naughty again. Have you forgotten what Mother said to you?" The heavenly enchantress scolded him. She stared at the boy sternly with her enchanting eyes. The boy was extremely lively and mischievous. He did not seem to be afraid of the heavenly enchantress at all. He extended his chubby, dusty arms and hugged the heavenly enchantress' neck. He said, "Mother, Xiaobao is very obedient. Xiaobao just misses Mother, so I want to go up and accompany Mother." With that, the boy stared at the heavenly enchantress with his large, gem-like eyes. He seriously said, "Mother, Xiaobao knows that you're very unhappy, so please don't be unhappy, okay?" The heavenly enchantress revealed an extremely rare expression of gentleness. She gently rubbed Xiaobao's head as she sighed deeply inside. She was filled with bitterness. At this moment, 3 figures flew over from afar. They arrived near the heavenly enchantress in the end. They were Qin Qin, Xiao Qian, and Xiao Yu. Now, Qin Qin's temperament had changed a lot compared to a few years ago, adding a refined temperament to her body. It was as if he had already transcended the mortal world and distanced himself from the mortal world. Qin Qin had comprehended the heavenly sounds with the heavenly enchantress' assistance, formally embarking on this unique path of cultivation. The past few years had not allowed her to increase her strength by much. Her overall strength was not even at the level of an Earth Saint Master. She could only fly with the assistance of Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu. "Mother, Mother, look! Big Sister Qin Qin, Big Sister Xiao Qian, Big Sister Xiaoya are back!" Xiaobao immediately cried out in excitement as he was hugged by the heavenly enchantress. He broke free from her embrace and happily ran toward the 3 of them. "Big Sister Qin Qin, give me a hug!" Xiaobao walked up to Qin Qin and stretched out his arms. Qin Qin hugged Xiaobao lovingly while Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu came over as well. They giggled as they played with Xiaobao. Their gazes toward Xiaobao were filled with love and concern. Xiaobao's status on 3 Saint Mountain was extremely special now. He had basically become the little prince, being held in the hands of Qin Qin, Xiao Qian, and Xiao Yu every day. The relationship between the heavenly enchantress and Xiaobao was only that of a foster mother in the eyes of Xiao Yu and the others. Qin Qin carried Xiaobao to one side to play while the heavenly enchantress, Xiao Qian, and Xiao Yu remained where they were. However, with Xiaobao's departure, their smiles immediately vanished, replaced by faint worry. "Master, we've successfully exchanged for the 10,000-year-old heavenly resource, the Heaven's Heart Lotus. It's said that the Heaven's Heart Lotus has wondrous effects on cultivation, so it should be useful to Xiaobao." Xiao Qian took out a square jade box from her space ring and passed it to the heavenly enchantress. Master, the heaven's heart lotus is just too powerful. If Xiao Bao consumes it directly, I'm afraid he won't be able to endure it. We need to refine it with a few other supplementary ingredients, said Xiao Yu. The heavenly enchantress frowned in thought before nodding. She said, Xiao Qian, Xiao Yu, I'm going to the Tian Yuan continent to find a high-level alchemist to refine the heaven's heart lotus. I'll leave 3 Saint Island to you when I'm not here. Yes, master. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu replied together. The heavenly enchantress paused before adding, also, you have to look after Xiao Bao well. This child always likes to run around and the mountain is dangerous, so you can't let Xiao Bao come across any danger. If anything unexpected happens, immediately contact me using a secret technique. The heavenly enchantress immediately left 3 Saint Island with the heaven's heart lotus after giving out all her orders. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yu stared at the heavenly enchantress in a daze. They both gently sighed and said, I hope the pill refined from the heaven's heart lotus can change Xiao Bao's constitution so that he can cultivate like a normal person. Otherwise, Xiao Bao's fate will be, sigh, Xiao Bao is just too pitiful. Not only did he lose his parents as soon as he was born, but he's also crippled. We've used so many 1,000-year-old heavenly resources on Xiao Bao, but it's just a pity that we can't change his constitution. We've only made his body much more powerful than normal children. His body is still empty in the end. He doesn't have any saint force at all. We watched Xiao Bao grow up. Although he's not our child, he's like our own. We have to let Xiao Bao cultivate smoothly no matter what. If it really doesn't work, we might as well ask Master for a 100,000-year-old heavenly resource from Mercenary City. An extremely large formation enveloped a pitch-black forest at the border between the Tian Yuan continent, the Beast God continent, and the Wasteland continent. Black mist churned within the forest, as if serpents were roaming within. However, it also seemed like vicious demons were brandishing their claws at other times. It was a chilling sight. All the trees and plants in this forest only had 2 colors, red and black. The black trees were hidden in the violently churning black fog. From afar, it looked like tall ghosts were quietly standing there. The blood-red plants emitted a demonic red light, as if they were made of blood. The ground was even more crimson, as if it was dried-up blood. The forest enveloped by the formation was the most dangerous place on the Tian Yuan continent, the Death Nest. The Death Nest had been created by the greatest human expert in the past, Mo Tianyun. During the Great War between the 3 races in ancient times, countless experts had died in battle. Mo Tianyun had used a great technique to bury all the corpses in the same place, whether it was the Holy Emperor, or the Saint Ruler. This was where the Death Nest had appeared later. The Death Nest was the grave of the many Holy Emperor experts of the 3 races. The ground there had been dyed red by the blood of the Holy Emperor. Even after countless years, the ground was still scarlet red. Even many of the plants had become demonic like blood. Chapter 1139. Even though there were many heavenly resources growing in the Death Nest, no one came to collect them. This was because the Heaven Saint Masters who could be regarded as peak experts in smaller kingdoms did not dare to set foot in the Death Nest due to its infamy. Probably only Saint Rulers had the ability to protect themselves, but they could only wander around the outskirts. They had to be careful, not daring to venture too deep. There was also a legend on the Tian Yuan continent that all the plants that grew in the Death Nest possessed an extremely powerful presence of yin qi and grudges. It was impossible to remove them, and if someone ingested them, there would be no benefits at all. Instead, it would lead to endless problems. As a result, very few people had entered the Death Nest since ancient times. Only a few powerful Holy Emperor experts would wander in there from time to time in search of treasures left behind from ancient times. Suddenly, the space several hundred meters above the Death Nest began to violently distort. A space gate slowly formed and the clothed Jianchen, the bare-chested Tai Ta, and the black-robed blackfish emerged from the space gate. The three of them hovered several hundred meters above the ground as they curiously observed their surroundings. Soon after, they frowned and became stern. There was some surprise in their eyes as well. The Death Nest really is the greatest land of danger on the Tianyuan continent. We haven't even entered yet, but it's already pressuring me greatly, Jianchen said with a heavy voice. Tai Ta's eyes shone brightly as he constantly scanned the surroundings. He would look at the sky at times, and at the death forest enveloped by the huge formation at other times. He said with a heavy voice, "This place is so evil. I seem to feel countless souls wailing. No, that's not right. I also feel like ghostly faces are appearing, constantly baring their fangs at us. They're all malicious spirits. Jianchen, this place is so frightening." As a warring god, Tai Ta's senses were even greater than Jianchen's. He could sense things even more clearly than Jianchen. Mo Tianyun sure is extravagant. He actually created such an evil place single-handedly. Just what is he doing this for? Is it to grow the saint's fruit? Is it really worth it to use the corpses of countless experts to grow a fruit? Blackfish murmured. He was very uneasy inside. Only after personally witnessing the greatest land of danger on the Tianyuan continent did he finally understand how terrifying it was. The yin qi and grudges here are so powerful that they've reached an extremely terrifying level. It's enough to obscure the light of the sun and moon, affecting the surroundings. Just how has Mo Tianyun done this? Is this an ability that has surpassed the Holy Emperor? And that formation, I can actually sense a power that makes even me shiver. This formation can definitely block all the attacks from the Holy Emperor with ease. Probably only existences that have surpassed the Holy Emperor can break through it, Blackfish said with a heavy voice. Jianchen, Heiyu, and Heiyu remained outside for a while before Jianchen said, Tai Ta, Senior Blackfish, let's go in. Let's take a look at the vengeful spirits in there, and see just how terrifying they are. Jianchen, Tai Ta, and Blackfish all made their way toward the huge formation. The formation that enveloped the Death Nest only seemed to exist to trap the things inside. It could not stop outsiders from entering, so Jianchen, Heiyu, and Heiyu passed through the formation without any obstructions and entered the interior of the Death Nest. As soon as they entered the Death Nest, the three of them felt their bodies become cold. Yin qi that was several times denser than the yin qi outside invaded them, making Jianchen and the others feel like they had fallen into a cavern of ice. What powerful yin qi! It's enough to kill Earth Saint Masters instantly. Even Heaven Saint Masters wouldn't dare to stay here for long, Jianchen said. Jianchen, Heiyu, and Heiyu were currently at the edge of a forest. Black mist surged within the forest, constantly churning. The ground was scarlet red, as beautiful as blood, but it was filled with an evil presence. Although the sun shone brightly outside, it was gloomy within the Death Nest. Visibility was very low. In the forest, the colors of red and black intertwined together. Countless towering ancient trees and dense weeds swayed in the wind. From afar, it looked like ghosts were swaying. Coupled with the whistling of the wind, it was as if ghosts were roaring, making people's hair stand on end. Jianchen, Heiyu, and Heiyu were especially vigilant after coming to this hellish place for the first time, even though they were all powerful. However, the path ahead was filled with unknown dangers, so they did not dare to be careless. Jianchen attempted to expand his soul, but as soon as it did, an abnormally cold presence invaded his soul. It actually caused Jianchen's soul to feel a piercing pain. Even his head became rather dizzy. Jianchen immediately withdrew his soul. He no longer dared to use it. His soul was wondrous, but it was not omnipotent. It would be suppressed in certain special environments. The three of them walked through the gloomy forest as the rolling black mist constantly brushed past them, bringing with it waves of cold presences. It felt like countless pairs of ghostly claws were caressing their bodies. It was hair-raising as goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. At this moment, strands of cold presence surged out from the black mist. They stuck to Jianshan's skin and burrowed into his body. Jianshan sensed it, but he did not resist. Instead, he opened his mind and allowed the cold presence to enter his body. At the same time, a weak pulse of energy appeared beside him. Blackfish and Tai Ta had clearly suffered the same thing as Jianshan. They both circulated their energy and used their supreme energy to wipe out the cold presence that had invaded their bodies. The cold presence invaded Jianshan's flesh and blood, burrowing into his organs before beginning to devour all the life force in Jianshan's body. Jianshan immediately sensed his life force flowing into the cold presence. Looks like that's the effect of the presence. It hides within the body and devours life force. Ming Dong's great-grandfather and senior Tian Jian entered the death nest before, and in the end, Ming Dong's great-grandfather died from the curse of the death nest. Is this the cold presence of the magical beast? Jianshan thought. With a thought, the life force in his body was immediately pulled back. Afterward, his body trembled slightly. Without using chaotic force, he directly dispersed the cold presence with his tough body. The three of them continued forward. Along the way, they discovered quite a few heavenly resources hidden in the forest. Unfortunately, all of them had been contaminated by the cold presence, making them inedible. They had been wasted for nothing. After advancing for several kilometers, a huge ghost face suddenly emerged from the surging black mist. It opened its black hole-like mouth and bit towards Jianshan's group. Jianshan, Tai Ta, and Blackfish did not move. They had just arrived, so they had no idea about the dangers. They wanted to use these weak existences to test out their abilities so that they could come up with a foolproof plan. The huge ghost face was completely condensed from the grudges of the dead. It was naturally formed from the boundless grudges of the dead. It was equivalent to a heaven saint master. The ghost face bit down and devoured Jianshan's group. Jianshan's group felt their vision darken. Their vision became so dark that they could not even see their fingers. Afterward, an even more powerful cold presence entered their bodies. Even their souls were invaded by the grudges of the dead. Chapter 1140. The grudges within the death nest surged into the sky. Black mist churned as chilling winds gusted, causing the vegetation to sway and producing ghost-like wails. The death nest was divided into 3 zones. The first zone could threaten saint rulers. Most of the vengeful spirits that appeared there were saint rulers, with a few at the level of the Holy Emperor from time to time. Heaven saint masters had a slim chance of surviving there, and even saint rulers had a chance of dying. The second zone was where Holy Emperor vengeful spirits gathered. There was an extremely small chance for Holy Emperor vengeful spirits to appear there. Only Holy Emperor experts could rampage through there. The third zone was the most terrifying place in the death nest because it was where the Holy Emperor's corpse was buried. It was the home of the Holy Emperor's vengeful spirits. It was extremely terrifying, and even great perfection Holy Emperor experts needed to be careful in the third zone. Although the Holy Emperor's vengeful spirits were condensed from the grudges of the dead and no longer possessed the strength they possessed when they were alive, they were still not easy to deal with. They were extremely powerful. Jianshan, Tai Ta, and Blackfish moved through the death nest, directly making their way to the depth. Along the way, they came across many ghostly faces formed from the grudges of the dead. The chilling presence that invaded their bodies appeared frequently as well, but it was unable to stop Jianshan, Tai Ta, and Heiyu. After traveling several dozen kilometers, a blurry figure condensed from black mist appeared several hundred meters away from Jianshan, Tai Ta, and Heiyu. It sat there as it breathed in and out the grudges of the dead in the surroundings. It absorbed the essence from the ground to cultivate. The essence came from the ground that had been dyed red by the blood of countless emperors. Jianshan, Heiyu, and Heiyu stopped. They stared at the vengeful spirit from several hundred meters away. After staring at it for a while, Tai Ta's deep voice rang out, That vengeful spirit's strength has already reached the level of the Holy Emperor. I never thought that we'd come across such a powerful vengeful spirit in the first zone so soon. If other saint rulers encountered this vengeful spirit, it would probably be very difficult for them to survive. Looks like the vengeful spirit is cultivating here. That's unbelievable. Since they're condensed from the grudges of the dead, they can actually cultivate. Don't tell me they already possess their own consciousness? Jianchen was amazed. He found what he was seeing rather unbelievable. In the next moment, Jianchen used the illusory flash, quickly flying toward the Holy Emperor's vengeful spirit several hundred meters away. At the same time, the cultivating vengeful spirit discovered Jianchen as well. It suddenly sat up on the boulder. It was completely condensed from the black mist and the grudges of the dead, so its body seemed rather illusionary. The vengeful spirit's appearance was blurry. It seemed like a human without any facial features. It turned its head in Jianchen's direction and immediately drifted toward Jianchen as a cloud of black mist. It moved extremely quickly. Although the vengeful spirit possessed the strength of a holy emperor, it was not as powerful as a holy emperor. Jianchen engaged in a great battle with the vengeful spirit. At the same time, he began to study the vengeful spirit that knew how to cultivate. A while later, Jianchen finally confirmed that the vengeful spirits did not possess their own consciousness. Their cultivation was completely based on instinct, which allowed him to let out a sigh of relief. If the vengeful spirits all possessed their own consciousness, it would be far too terrifying. After all, there were many Holy Emperor's vengeful spirits in the third zone of the Death Nest. Jianchen hacked the vengeful spirit to pieces with his Emperor armament, turning it back into black mist. However, the next moment, it condensed again and continued to battle with Jianchen. The suffocating cold presence and the grudges of the dead turned into a terrifying attack. The cold presence invaded Jianchen's body in an attempt to devour Jianchen's vitality, while the grudges of the dead charged toward Jianchen's soul. However, it was unable to affect him at all. The vengeful spirits were extremely difficult to kill. They were condensed from the grudges of the dead, so they did not possess life or the weakness of a soul like humans. Without any exaggeration, the vengeful spirits were unkillable existences. The only way to break free from them was to constantly kill them and exhaust their energy. Once they ran out of energy, they would turn back into a part of the black mist in the death nest. Jianchen's gaze was sharp. He was emotionless as he killed the vengeful spirit time and time again with his Emperor armament. Only after killing the vengeful spirit over a dozen times did he finally exhaust its energy, turning it back into black mist and fusing with the surroundings. Jianchen, the energy you use is different from ordinary energy. Using this energy to deal with the vengeful spirits will speed up their death. If other Holy Emperor experts encountered the vengeful spirit, they would probably struggle to deal with it in such a short amount of time, said Blackfish. He currently stood with Tai Ta with his hands behind his back. Jianchen sank into his thoughts before stowing the Emperor armament away. He continued on his way with Blackfish and the others. There were very few vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor in the first zone of the Death Nest. Most of them were saint rulers. Jianchen, Heiyu, and Tai Ta did not come across any vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor for the rest of their journey. After traveling several thousand kilometers, they finally passed through the first zone and entered the second zone. The cold presence and the grudges of the dead were 10 times more powerful than the first zone. The cold presence ate away at their bodies while the grudges invaded their souls, forcing Jianchen, Heiyu, and Tai Ta to circulate their energy to resist. Jianchen had already fused a small portion of the chaotic body into his body, allowing him to unleash a portion of the terrifying defense of the chaotic body. A faint layer of golden light appeared around Tai Ta as well, keeping the cold presence and grudges of the dead at bay. Even Blackfish began to use his own energy to resist. Jianchen, Heiyu, and Tai Ta were rather surprised when they came to the second zone for the first time. Just the qi and grudges of the dead were enough for a holy emperor to take them seriously, which made them sigh in amazement at how terrifying the death nest was. Some bones and fragments of weapons began to appear in the second zone. The bones all bore the marks of time, clearly having existed for countless years. The fragments of weapons were all forged from extremely precious materials, but they had already been invaded by the qi and grudges of the dead, so they were filled with a demonic nature. They were not suitable for a second use. This is the bone of a dragon expert. Suddenly, Black Fish stared at a piece of bone the size of a person nearby. His voice was filled with shock. With that, Jianchen and Tai Ta both forgot about it. They only saw that it was a piece of bone from an unknown location. It was completely red, as if it had been dyed red by blood. The dragon clan vanished during the ancient times. It's been 1,000,000 years since then. This piece of bone was clearly left behind before the dragon clan vanished. Logically speaking, it should have turned to dust long ago after so much time has passed. How could it still exist today and be so well preserved? Black Fish said with a heavy voice. He was filled with disbelief. This piece of bone is already filled with qi and grudges. Is it because of these two powers that the bone remains so well preserved after 1,000,000 years? Jianchen guessed. Black Fish thought about it carefully and said, that should be the case. If that's the case, doesn't that mean there are still many bones left behind from the ancient times in the Death Nest? Chapter 1141. The second zone of the Death Nest was much more dangerous than the first zone. All the vengeful spirits roaming there possessed the strength of a holy emperor. The weaker ones were at the first heavenly layer of holy emperor, while the more powerful ones had even reached great perfection. Basically, all the vengeful spirits at the holy emperor level would cultivate by instinct, absorbing the boundless grudges and strands of essence from the earth. Although they did not possess consciousness, their strength was unquestionable. Jianchen, Heiyu, and Heiyu swaggered through the second zone, making their way to the depths in a straight line. All the vengeful spirits they came across along the way were dealt with by Jianchen. His chaotic force posed a greater threat to the vengeful spirits than Saint Force. It could increase the time it took for the vengeful spirits to disperse, so he killed the vengeful spirits much faster than Black Fish. It was not that Black Fish was weaker than Jianchen, but that the energy within him was on the same level as Saint Force on the Tian Yuan continent despite being a holy emperor at great perfection. He lacked the special effects of the chaotic body. Jianchen slowly put away his emperor armament after defeating a vengeful spirit in the messy forest. This was the 16th vengeful spirit on the level of the holy emperor that he had defeated in the second zone. However, at this moment, a gust of chilling wind whistled by. 6 figures slowly appeared in the dense, black mist several thousand meters away. They fused with the black mist as they gently drifted through the air. They rode the black mist toward Jianchen's group. Another 6. Jianchen's eyes narrowed and he suddenly tightened his grip on the emperor armament. Just when he wanted to charge up and fight the 6 vengeful spirits, a golden light flashed past him. Tai Ta, who was enveloped in a golden light, charged toward the vengeful spirits. At the same time, his deep voice rang out, Jianchen, rest for a while. Let me deal with them. I can deal with them. Jianchen nodded slightly with that. He did not charge up the mountain. Instead, he stood where he was and observed the battle between Tai Ta and the vengeful spirits. Tai Ta was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. After absorbing the droplet of essence blood that Regis had left behind on Dragon Island, Tai Ta possessed the strength to contend with Holy Emperor experts. He had reached the middle level of the Holy Emperor realm. A golden axe appeared in Tai Ta's hand. He gripped it with both hands and yelled out, "Mysteries of war, destruction!" With that, the golden light around Tai Ta shone brightly. The dazzling light enveloped Tai Ta. At the same time, a supreme battle intent filled the surroundings, actually dispersing quite a lot of the qi and grudges that filled the area. Tai Ta's presence reached its peak in a single moment. At that moment, He seemed to have become a god of war, an invincible god of war that existed for battle. Suddenly, the battle axe in Tai Ta's hand turned into a devastating streak of golden light that slashed towards the 6 vengeful spirits. The battle axe and Tai Ta's aura merged into one, resonating with the battle intent that filled the surroundings. There seemed to be some sort of profound mystery that came from the world. The dazzling axe did not land on the vengeful spirits. Instead, it landed 5 meters away from them. Immediately, the space there began to shake violently. An extremely powerful, invisible energy flashed through the space there, and in the next moment, the vengeful spirits actually collapsed on their own. They turned into a dense, black mist that drifted through the air. A sliver of shock flashed through Jianshan's eyes when he saw this. Although he knew that Tai Ta had become extremely powerful, he had never thought that he would be this powerful. The vengeful spirits were below the 5th and 4th heavenly layers of the Holy Emperor. They were nowhere near as powerful as they were when they were alive, but they were still difficult to deal with. However, Tai Ta had managed to kill 6 powerful vengeful spirits with a single swing of his axe. This had completely exceeded his expectations. The 6 vengeful spirits that Tai Ta had dispersed condensed once more before lunging at Tai Ta without any fear. Mysteries of war, destruction. Tai Ta wielded his axe with both hands and unleashed the same attack. The vengeful spirits were as fragile as tofu, dispersed once more. Every time the vengeful spirits died, some of their power would disperse. Only after being dispersed around a dozen times by Tai Ta did the 6 vengeful spirits finally lose all their power. They could no longer reform, turning into a dense, black mist that revolved around Tai Ta. They attempted to invade Tai Ta's body and soul with their cold presence and grudges, but they were all stopped by Tai Ta's faint, golden light. At this moment, extremely powerful yin qi and grudges suddenly appeared. It easily broke through the defenses of Jianshan, Tai Ta and invaded their bodies. The yin qi and grudges were several times more powerful than the Holy Emperor's vengeful spirits, perhaps even over a dozen times more powerful. Jianshan, Tai Ta immediately felt their bodies turn cold. The yin qi that invaded their bodies seemed to have frozen their lives. The grudges made their souls ache when they entered their heads. Jianshan, Blackfish, and Tai Ta's faces all changed slightly. They circulated the energy within them without holding back at all, and only then did they finally purge the invading yin qi and grudges. They immediately turned around. Behind them, a tall demonic figure had appeared silently. His body was more than 10 meters tall. Although his body was formed by resentment, it was extremely solid. It was simply a physical body. His facial features were clear. He was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 40s. His face was resolute, and his features were chiseled. However, his eyes were pitch black. He wore robes completely condensed from grudges, and he wore a cloak on his back. He seemed extraordinarily mighty. Although he just stood there silently, he radiated with an invisible pressure, pressuring Jianshan and Tai Ta. "The Holy Emperor!" Jianshan cried out. His heart trembled violently. He actually felt like he could not defeat the demonic figure before him. Tai Ta arrived before Jianshan and stared at the demonic figure sternly. However, his eyes lit up very soon. He cried out, "Gusties, he's Gusties!" "Tai Ta, what's Gusties?" Jianshan asked with a heavy voice. He was extremely confused. Chapter 1142. Jianshan and Blackfish immediately became extremely stern after learning about the vengeful spirit's origins from Tai Ta. The vengeful spirit that possessed a physical body actually possessed such a great background when he was alive. He was known as the greatest of the Holy Emperor, so his strength was unquestionable. Even though he had turned into a vengeful spirit, he was probably an extremely powerful vengeful spirit. Tai Ta clearly had not realized that danger had arrived. He stared at Gustie's huge figure with some excitement and said, "Senior Gusties, do you still remember the past?" Taita, this is no longer the greatest of the holy emperor, Gusties. He's a vengeful spirit condensed from the grudges of the dead, Jianshan said with a heavy voice. Taita quickly calmed down. He stared at Gusties' huge figure in a daze. He knew the origins of the death nest extremely well. He knew that Gusties was no longer the greatest of the holy emperor in Ruijin's memories. He was a vengeful spirit. Gusties stood there silently. He was emotionless and he seemed cold. He did not respond to Taita's words at all, as if he could not hear Taita at all. Suddenly Gusties moved. He launched his most powerful attack, directly throwing a punch at Heiyu. The punch seemed simple and straightforward, but it was filled with devastating, terrifying power. With a single punch, it was enough to cause mountains and rivers to collapse and the ground to crack. It was enough to make the world pale in comparison. With Gusties' punch, all the grudges in the surroundings were affected. They began to tremble violently, as if dragons were churning in there. His method of attack was different from regular vengeful spirit. He seemed to possess some battle techniques from when he was alive. The simple punch was filled with terrifying might. Retreat! Blackfish called out. He had never been so stern before. He felt that facing the vengeful spirit before him was even more difficult than facing the holy emperor of the humans and holy emperor of the magical beasts. After all, Gusties was just far too powerful when he was alive. Even in the ancient times when there were many holy emperors, he was able to dominate everyone and become the greatest among them. At the same time, Blackfish immediately threw out a punch as well. Against the powerful vengeful spirit of the holy emperor, Blackfish dared not hold back at all. He used all his strength as a holy emperor at great perfection without holding back at all. Blackfish's original form was a mutated crocodile god, which was similar to beasts of antiquity. Beasts of antiquity were stronger than regular magical beasts, and regular magical beasts were stronger than experts of the same level. As a result, Blackfish's punch was much more powerful than the full-powered strike of a holy emperor at great perfection. Bang! When the two fists collided, a muffled sound immediately rang out. Violent ripples of energy rapidly shot out in all directions from their fists, causing the soil to fly into the air and the ground to crack. The surging aura of resentment in the surroundings was completely driven away by the powerful ripples of energy. A vacuum actually appeared in the death nest with the black mist from their attack. Jianshan and Taita both trembled violently. Even with their strength, they found it difficult to stand firm in the violent shock waves of energy. Jianshan was shocked by this. He had met many holy emperor at great perfection. The great elder of the Yuan sect, Yi Yangzi, who had dealt with him in the past, was a holy emperor at great perfection. Compared to Yi Yangzi and Blackfish, there was quite a large difference between the two of them. However, Blackfish was actually blown away after exchanging a punch with Gusties. He smashed into a tough rock several hundred meters away. On the other hand, Gusties did not move at all. He remained where he was. Jianshan was shocked. Gusties was abnormally powerful. He had actually sent Blackfish flying so easily. He found it rather unbelievable. He knew that Gusties was extremely powerful when he was still alive, but he was only a vengeful spirit right now. He was no longer as powerful as he was in the past, yet he still possessed such terrifying strength. It was startling. Holy Emperor is definitely not his opponent, not even great perfection. Only a holy emperor can take on Gusties. Jianshan quickly came to a conclusion. Heiyu raised his head and let out a long roar. He turned into a black streak of light and flew over from the distance. Although he was in a sorry state, his aura was like a rainbow. His battle intent was even higher now. There was no fear on his face at all, only high spirits and fighting spirit. An incomparably powerful energy fluctuation spread out. This energy was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the yin qi and resentment that were wreaking havoc in the death nest quieted down. The thick black fog around He Yu's body was rapidly pushed back. A snow-white machete had appeared in Blackfish's hand. He wielded the machete with a single hand as he engaged in a great battle with Gusties. He swung his machete wildly, and every single strike was powerful enough to swallow mountains and rivers. This was a weapon with origin energy. With the machete in hand, Blackfish seemed to have become a true holy emperor, directly taking on Gusties. As he swung his machete, he directly dispersed Gusties' earth-shaking punch. Without slowing down at all, he continued to swing his machete at Gusties, cleaving him in half. Gusties was no longer as powerful as before an origin energy weapon. Origin energy was a great power in another domain. It was not something that any power in this world could rival. Even a true holy emperor would not dare to take on such power, let alone Gusties, who had been condensed from the grudges of the dead. Gusties' two halves reassembled in a single moment. He did not seem to be injured at all. Afterwards, he threw out another punch. This punch was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. With a single punch, it caused the space to shatter and turn into darkness. He Yu wielded his machete and swung it decisively. It was simple and straightforward, and it split Gusties' fist open with a single strike. Before an origin energy weapon, Gusties, who should have been extremely powerful, had become so puny. Boom! Suddenly, Gusties' huge figure exploded. He turned into an extremely powerful, black mist that surged toward Blackfish, completely enveloping him. At the same time, powerful Yin-Chi and grudges that made even Blackfish's face change invaded his body. The Yin-Chi was so dense that even the energy defenses around him were unable to resist it. It rapidly seeped into his body and began to devour all of his life force. At the same time, the extremely pure grudges invaded his soul as well, causing him to feel piercing pain. Blackfish bellowed out. The origin energy armor immediately appeared, completely isolating him from the invading grudges. A thumb-sized orb hovered above his head, shining with a hazy light that enveloped Blackfish and protected his soul. With the three supreme treasures, Blackfish finally managed to turn the tables around. He was no longer affected at all. Without any worries, He Yu began to attack as hard as he could. The machete in his hand turned into streaks of white light as it slashed through the dense, black mist that Gusties had conjured. With every flash of light, the black mist would disperse slightly. Seeing how it was unable to do anything to Blackfish, the black mist around Blackfish began to churn violently. In the end, it condensed back into Gusties' figure in the distance. He Yu bellowed out furiously. He charged at Gusties aggressively with his origin energy armor and the bead above his head, wielding his machete. This time, Gusties did not continue fighting with Blackfish. With a slight movement, he vanished into the distance as a black blur. He had retreated. Blackfish did not chase after him. He stared in the direction Gusties had vanished in and became stern. Afterwards, the machete, the armor, and the three supreme treasures all vanished. He had put them away. "Senior Blackfish, are you all right?" Jianchen and Tai Ta immediately walked over from afar and asked in concern. Blackfish shook his head gently and said with a heavy voice, "Fortunately, I have the three origin energy treasures, or I definitely wouldn't be his opponent. Probably only Ruijin's secret techniques of the Dragon Clan can match him. This vengeful spirit is just too powerful. He really is worthy of being the greatest of the Holy Emperor in the past." Jianchen, Tai Ta, and Tai Ta all fell silent. Blackfish had failed to destroy Gusties' vengeful spirit even after using the three supreme treasures. In the end, the vengeful spirit had managed to escape so easily. The vengeful spirit's strength had reached an unbelievable level. It could threaten the life of the Holy Emperor at great perfection. Just how many people in the world could contend against it? Chapter 1143. Let's hope that's the case. If there are many vengeful spirits as powerful as Gusties, we'll probably only be able to protect ourselves even if Ruijin, Honglian, and I work together, Blackfish said with a heavy voice. Gusty's appearance gave him a sliver of pressure. The three of them continued on their way, making their way to the third zone. They were attacked by many vengeful spirits along the way, and they were all at the Holy Emperor's level. Vengeful spirits at the Holy Emperor's level were extremely rare. They did not see a second one aside from Gusty's. Along the way, Jianshan's group would come across a few skeletons left behind from ancient times. They had already been corroded by the yin qi and grudges of the dead, which was why they had been preserved until now. After traveling over 1,000 kilometers, Jianshan's group finally arrived at the end of the second zone. Yin qi surged several thousand meters in front of them as black mist churned violently. It would conjure ghostly faces from time to time, as if they were baring their fangs at Jianshan's group. They would produce wails and howls. This was the depths of the Death Nest, the most dangerous zone. It was known as the home of the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor, the place where all the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor gathered. Jianshan's group stopped at the boundary between the second and third zones. They stared at the third zone sternly. Before they had even set foot in, they already felt pressured. Just the yin qi and grudges of the dead that filled the third zone was enough to make them feel pressured. The yin qi and grudges of the dead were so powerful that it was frightening. It made Jianshan and Tai Ta frown. The third zone is just too terrifying. If Saint Rulers set foot in there, they'd probably only last for a few seconds before dying to the grudges of the dead, Jianshan said with a heavy voice. The third zone of the Death Nest could be described as a land of death for Saint Rulers. Even if there were no vengeful spirits there, Saint Rulers would not be able to survive. Only the Holy Emperor can set foot in the third zone, but he needs to circulate his full strength to resist the yin qi and grudges of the dead. This will deplete his energy extremely quickly, so he can't spend too much time there, Blackfish said. Even if that's the case, we still need to go in and find the exact location of the saint's fruit before leaving. We'll go in and take it when it ripens, Jianshan said. Determination filled Jianshan's mind. He had to go in. No matter how dangerous it was, the saint's fruit only appeared once every 40,000 years. It was the only shortcut to becoming a holy emperor, so he had to obtain the saint's fruit. Jianshan, Blackfish, and Tai Ta entered the third zone together. As soon as they set foot in there, a bone-chilling coldness immediately invaded their bodies. At the same time, grudges of the dead that were over a dozen times more powerful than the second zone wormed toward their souls. The grudges of the dead were so powerful that they were no weaker than the grudges of the dead when Gusty's had first appeared. The three of them were already prepared. They immediately circulated their full strength to cast down a layer of defense around themselves to stop the invasion of the grudges of the dead. Strands of chaotic force surged out from the chaotic Niden in Jianshan's dantian, spreading to every corner of his body. He had fully unleashed the advantages of the chaotic body. At the same time, a layer of black light flowed on Jianshan's body. This was chaotic force swimming on the surface of his skin. Tai Ta was completely enveloped by a dazzling golden light. He seemed to have become a golden cocoon, where only a blurry figure could be seen from the outside. He seemed like a god that had descended into the world. He was extraordinarily mighty. A layer of extremely terrifying energy pulsed on Blackfish as well. The three of them circulated their full strength as soon as they set foot on the third zone. Jianshan, let Ruijin and Honglian out. There should be quite a few vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor on the third zone. It's time for our strength to increase, Blackfish said to Jianshan. Jianshan nodded and immediately released the Saint artifact. He let out Blackfish and Honglian from the artifact space. Ruijin and Honglian had been informed by Jianshan in the artifact space, so they knew about their current situation. As a result, the two of them made their preparations as soon as they came out. They used their abilities to fend off the invasion of the grudges of the dead. Ruijin shone with a golden light that enveloped him. He seemed like a second Tai Ta. The only difference was that Ruijin's light was slightly dimmer than Tai Ta's. A layer of scarlet flames rose up around Honglian, causing the surrounding temperature to rapidly rise. Her flames were of the extreme yang attribute. They just so happened to be the nemesis of the grudges of the dead. The moment the flames appeared, the grudges of the dead immediately retreated. They dared not approach Honglian at all. Jianshan, Taita, Blackfish and Ruijin immediately distanced themselves from Honglian. Although the flames were not a threat to them, being enveloped by such a terrifying temperature for a long period of time was extremely uncomfortable. Stay closer to me. The grudges of the dead around me are thinner. That will reduce your energy expenditure, Honglian said to the people around her. Jianshan and the others looked at each other with that. They could not help but bitterly smile. Taita said in a muffled voice, Senior Honglian, I don't dare to get too close to you. Your flames are making me uncomfortable. It's too hot. The four of them did not move. Although Honglian's flames had weakened under her control, they still did not want to endure the terrifying heat. It was not enough to harm them, but it was still a torment. A smile appeared on the corner of Honglian's lip. She had obviously recovered all her strength to make the flames so powerful. She had reached the great perfection of Saint King again. This was all due to the effects of the divine water of the world. It had completely cured her of the aftereffects of using rebirth from flames. Without a doubt, the appearance of Ruijin and Honglian had increased the strength of Jianshan's group by several levels. Even if they were surrounded by the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor in the third zone, they could deal with them with ease. Jianshan did not know where the saint's fruit grew. Poseidon had not told him the exact location either, so he could only search through the third zone. The third zone was the home of the vengeful spirits of the Holy Emperor. There were extremely many vengeful spirits there. Jianshan's group had come across over a dozen vengeful spirits along the way. Although they were nowhere near as powerful as the Holy Emperor, they could not be underestimated. They were all dealt with by Honglian. Flames of supreme yang were the nemesis of otherworldly items. With Honglian dealing with the vengeful spirits, she was even more effective than Ruijin. Gradually, Honglian had become the main force of the group. Danger and opportunity existed side by side in the death nest. There were even more bones and weapon fragments there, all left behind by the Holy Emperor. There were even a few damaged pieces of armor and space rings. It was a pity that many of the space rings had been completely destroyed and could not be opened. Jianshan, this space ring doesn't seem to have been completely destroyed. Taita ran over from nearby and passed an old space ring to Jianshan in high spirits. Jianshan accepted the space ring and discovered that it was indeed not completely destroyed. He opened it with great difficulty in the end. This was a space ring worn by the Holy Emperor. It was extremely rich, but unfortunately, the aura of resentment had already seeped in, destroying many things and reducing them to ashes. Only a few items made of special materials were preserved. Suddenly, Jianshan's face changed. He pulled out a square stone slab that was 10 meters long from the space ring and examined it carefully. He became overjoyed. This is a Saint-tier battle skill. Jianshan cried out. He was extremely excited, as if he had discovered some great treasure. Blackfish, Ruijin, and Honglian all gathered over with that. They sighed emotionally. This really is a Saint-tier battle skill. Just this item alone is enough for us to gain quite a lot. There was a picture of a person on the stone slab. It was a stalwart person whose back could only be seen. He stood in the sky with his feet on the clouds, looking down on the world like a king. Apart from this picture, there were no other records on the stone slab. This was an unknown Saint-tier battle skill. The figure on the stone slab seemed to be standing there casually, but he gave off the feeling of being in harmony with the world. He possessed an indescribable presence that was vast and boundless. The figure was only a key to unlocking the Saint-tier battle skill. The true Saint-tier battle skill could be said to be hidden within the figure, or it could be said to be hidden within the stone slab. Only when the mind resonated with it would one be brought to another world to comprehend the true Saint Tier battle skill. Saint Tier battle skills were different from regular battle skills. Many Saint Tier battle skills were not recorded in book. Instead, they were passed down from generation to generation through a stone slab. A power from the world was hidden within, allowing the stone slab to last forever and be extremely difficult to destroy. Jianchen was obviously extremely excited after obtaining a Saint Tier battle skill. The Flame Mercenaries already possessed a certain scale now. They had quite a few Heaven Tier cultivation methods and battle skills, but they lacked Saint Tier battle skills. The Saint Tier battle skill he had obtained just happened to make up for this. Aside from that, Jianchen also found a Saint Tier cultivation method in the space ring. The cultivation method was recorded on the fur of Class 9 magical beasts, so it was extremely damaged. Fortunately, there was not a single word missing from it. Unfortunately, there was nothing else in the space ring apart from these two items. Even with that being the case, Jianchen's harvest was extremely great, making him extremely happy. In the blink of an eye, Jianchen's group had already stayed in the depths of the death nest for an entire day. They found a few more space rings during that time, but unfortunately, none of them were usable. They had all been destroyed. Hong Lian had already retracted all the flames around her. She wore the Phoenix clan's greatest treasure, the 9 refined Godfire feather. This was an armor with origin energy, so she used it to block the invasion of the resentful energies. Blackfish and Ruijin had also donned origin energy armor. They no longer used their own energy to block the vile energies. The three of them were conserving their energy. There was no energy of the world in the death nest, only endless vile energies and grudges. It was impossible to replenish their energy.